something for people to sit down? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage Achilles Chalters and Kim Conniff Tamber.
Buongiorno, good morning everyone. So we had a great start last night. We're in this absolutely beautiful space, the Triennale, which is hosting the Inequalities exhibition, which has been a source of inspiration for us. I mean, 2025, I think will go down in history as a catalytic year of unprecedented challenges, but everything seems to be the core of it seems to be anchored around inequalities. We talked about, and we will talk about, climate crisis, the geopolitical shifts, that's how that's impacting the world order, war and conflict in Africa, Gaza, Ukraine, and other parts of the world. As one of the curators in this exhibition had in their descriptions, ultimately, inequalities is the disease. We were very happy to collaborate with Triennale and the municipality of Milano because before Triennale there was the Milano Art Week about a month ago, and we were present at that. Kim actually moderated a couple of panels there. The theme there was Among Friends. So we've gone from Among Friends to inequalities. So what we've tried to do with this year's program is to bridge those, and overcoming together is our theme for this year, which basically means that if we come together as a community, if we get inspired from the arts and culture and humanities, and we heard a little bit about that last night from Norman Foster and Sheikha Mayassa, if we do that, then we stand a better chance to deal with these problems. But I'm going to turn over to Kim because she's, well, our editorial director. I'm going to start calling you artistic director because as far as I'm concerned, this year's program is indeed a work of art, to run us through the program a little bit.
Sure. Good morning, everyone. Oh, thank you. Thanks, everybody. So I was very lucky to start working with both the Triennale people and also with the Milano Art Week teams over a year ago. And the themes for both this exhibition here in this gorgeous building and Me Art were already laid out, and they were wonderful inspiration for the program. It helped me develop some topics I was already working on around inequality and collaboration, as Achilles just said. And it also sparked some new ways of thinking about considering complex issues. One of those was exploring how the most talented designers can take really complicated data and translate it into a visual language we can all understand. And you'll see an amazing example of that downstairs in this building in Federica Fragapane's beautiful exhibition with the sculpture you see at the entrance, and you'll get to hear from her later. But there are also other inspirations for the program, like the session we'll hear next. This started with a conversation with the amazing Martine d'Anglejean-Chatillon on a rooftop in Seoul. We were chatting together and we were marveling about all the different elements that need to come together in an artist's complex vision, all the different collaborators that he or she needs to bring together to make a vision come to life. And then a few months later, she tapped into her incredible network and she convinced Jakob Kunstinsen, who is here with us today, to come to talk to us and bring two of his collaborators who are star creators in their own right, Akyung Lee and Melanie Challenger. So we'll hear from them next. But I'm going to give you a little preview of what else we have going on today. We'll hear about bringing a work to life from a totally different perspective, that of a curator who commissions and works alongside artists as a crucial part of the ecosystem. Unfortunately, I have a kind of a sad announcement. Michelangelo Pistoletto cannot be with us today. He is 91 or 92 years old, and he was totally excited and planning on making the trip, but his health, unfortunately, just does not permit him to be with us. But we will pay him homage through the moderator, Yorgos, who is going to moderate that session. So he'll be talking about him. And then we'll have 2 parallel sessions. You'll tell us more about those later. Berkura Biennale, and then as well as coping with trauma through art. And then the afternoon will be focused on climate and technology, starting with a talk by the artist and filmmaker Michael Nash, who's sitting here with us. He'll tell us about his latest project, Putting a Face to Climate Change, which he's been developing over many years, but you'll see the latest iteration of that today. We'll hear of some of the most brilliant artists and experts who are working with technology to help us envision what's at stake when biodiversity is lost. And finally, we'll round out the afternoon with David Sally in an exclusive conversation with Roz Silkus about his latest projects using AI as a co-creator. And of course, not forgetting tonight, we're going to dream about the future of institutions, and then also our first ever Creativity for Social Change Award with the Moleskine Foundation. That's a little preview of today.
Indeed. And, we did mention yesterday that because of our 10-year anniversary, which we're very, very excited about, we do have a couple of surprises. I mean, the Creativity for Social Change Award is a very meaningful and we hope impactful initiative that we're starting with the Moleskine Foundation. They have a wonderful program called Creative Pioneers. So this is all about recognizing emerging artists and creative talent, especially from the Global South, because we do need to mentor emerging artists and creative talent from the Global South in particular. So that's a legacy that we hope Art for Tomorrow leaves after the completion of its first decade. But being the 10-year anniversary, there is a couple of other surprises. One of them I'm holding in my hands here. So if you don't have your tote bag, I suggest you take one, because Jeff Koons has actually designed a wonderful image for us that has been printed on this very limited edition Moleskine notebook. There's only 250 of them. So our delegates are the lucky recipients of this, and it's a way of saying thank you for your support over the last 10 years. I'm going to go, well, the other surprise, it's this evening, Philippe Starck. He's not here in person, but he'll have something for us.
And he was here last year.
Yes, and he was there last year. But going back to the Creativity Award, we can't tell you who the winner is. This will be revealed tonight. But what we can say is that we have the artist, Stefanos Zovazoglou here, who has designed 4 statuettes, one of which the winner will receive. So if you guys want to find out the story of how we came up with the winning statuette, Stefanos is the person to talk to, and he's also the designer of the statuette for our Kofi Annan Next Gen Democracy Prize that we do every October in our other conference, the Athens Democracy Forum. We are the Democracy and Culture Foundation, so the main projects that we do are the 2 conferences, Art for Tomorrow and Athens Democracy Forum, and it's all about finding that nexus of democracy and culture. So the other thing I should do, obviously thank our sponsors who make it all possible. And Qatar Museums has been our founding partner, along with Qatar Creates, our headline supporter. And then we have the Uzbekistan Arts and Culture Development Foundation, who will be hosting a lunch on the launch of the Bukhara Biennale. And Dream and Dad, that's, as I mentioned yesterday, that's another very exciting thing, because we will be the first ever people to have a virtual tour of Phoenix Museum, the new migration museum that's opening in 2 days in Rotterdam. So Wim Piekbes will give us a virtual tour of that. We'll talk about that a little bit later. Massimo Di Carlo, a wonderful gallery. Some of you, if you haven't registered, please register for one of the 3 tours this afternoon. So we'll be going to visit his gallery, Prix Pictet and Audemars Piguet, Cartier, Ruinart. We can have a little bit of champagne throughout the day, I hope. We won't keep it for tonight. It's a celebratory conference, so let's have it during lunch as well and coffee breaks, and maybe you can even bring it in here, I don't know. That's all I have to say. I don't know if I have forgotten anything.
Just a little preview of tomorrow, too, because
yes.
we have a full day tomorrow as well, the Phoenix Museum tour, as we mentioned. But there's also a panel on creative economies. We'll be talking about politics and the art market. We'll have one-on-one interviews, conversations with Antony Gormley, Shirin Neshat, Jeff Koons tomorrow evening. So keep coming back. You won't be disappointed. And we'll kick it off right now with Martine and her panel. I invite you to come on stage. Stay with us.
Hi.
Oh, okay. Are we rolling? The timer.
So welcome, everybody, and thank you, Kim, and thank you, Achilles, and thank you to the Triennale and the Art and Culture Foundation. So my name is Martine Danglejean-Chatillon, and I'm extremely happy to be a moderator again. I was a moderator in Seoul, and I'm incredibly surprised that I've been asked back. I'm a former London gallerist, and now an agent for some remarkable artists, and also a producer. And we set about to generate really ambitious projects that a lot of people would think are impossible, I guess. So I've been in the trenches with artists for a very, very long time. And I really believe that working closely with them is an incredible source of a very kind of special intelligence. And with the kind of projects that we produce, in the best of cases for the moment, we find that they're on the opposite ends of the art market. So what we do is we work transversally, and we work in the world of cinema, fashion, gaming, technology, science, and academia. So when I was asked to participate in this conference, and I heard the theme of the conference, and the word together meant a lot to me, I thought I'd kind of reflect to try to tease out of that a sort of interesting way for you to kind of understand complex works of art and what they entail in terms of thinking together. And the vector by which I came to this is really a conversation I had a while back with the polymath, brilliant person, an incredible musician, Brian Eno. And he reminded me that in culture, we talk a lot about the word genius. And often too casually, we talk about genius. And he found this problematic. So he introduced to me this new notion, which is the notion of socius. And he coined the term to challenge the traditional notion of the solitary genius. And his concept emphasizes the collaborative and interconnected nature of creativity. So he suggested that innovation, whether artistic or otherwise, are often the result of social interactions and collective efforts of people who really come from different worlds. And innovation is often sparked by that kind of collision and sharing of knowledge. So I like to think of that idea as a kind of breeding of a collective intelligence. And it's by no means a new idea, but it's one that seems pretty urgent at the moment, and one that I think we should move towards, no matter what field we're in. So I thought we could look together at the notion of socius or collective intelligence through the lens of an artist Jakob Kudsteinsen, who I have the privilege of working with, two artworks in particular of his. And if we could start the images, that would be great. And two of his many, many collaborators, Melanie Challenger and Ok-Young Lee. So you'll see behind us images of worlds that Jakob creates, and we'll explain to you how they come to be. So Jakob, you're Danish,
Yes.
so you say, and you work in the realm of video games, virtual reality, sound installations, and immersive environments. And so while we can imagine Jakob sitting behind a computer screen quite a lot and doing a lot of coding, but that's only part of what he does. And you'll often find him exploring geothermal vents on a seabed. He does this himself. Foraging in boreal forests, mapping ice formations in the Arctic, studying mycelium and fungal communication, wading in mangrove swamps, and digging through the archives of natural history museums. So Jakob's work also intersects with a lot of the themes that we're seeing in the Triennale today, which of course is environmental catastrophe. So to be reductive, you build virtual worlds and speculative stories about overlooked natural phenomena and how they develop over time. And these are usually deployed, as you can see in these pictures, in large-scale environments, often in museums and in public spaces. And they're both, well, you can't really tell from these images, but Ok-Young, you're a celebrated cellist, composer, and as we saw yesterday, I don't know who saw and witnessed this, I know a few of us did, you over there did, you're an electrifying improviser and performer. I personally was blown away.
Oh, thank you.
You've collaborated with the likes of Laurie Anderson, Arca, Douglas Gordon, Arthur Jaffa, Christian Markley, Thurston Moore, and it goes on and on and on and on. And you collaborated with Jakob on a project called The Ephemeral Lake. And many of these images come from that work, which I think was first shown at the Hamburger Kunsthalle in 2004, 2003?
13. Yeah.
13?
2013.
No. Okay, I got my numbers wrong. Welcome also to Melanie. You're a writer, a researcher, a broadcaster on environmental history, philosophy of science, and bioethics. You've written a number of remarkable books, and I now know that you're a year late on your new one.
Thank you, Martina.
And the past ones are On Extinction, How We Became Estranged from Nature in 2011, How to Be an Animal, What It Means to Be Human in 2021, Animal Dignity, Philosophical Reflections on Non-Human Existence in 2023. You're also Deputy Chair of the Nuffield Council on Bioethics, a Vice President of the RSPCA, co-founder of Animals in the Room, and it goes on and on and on. So it's a real privilege to be with you here. And you worked with Jakob on another project, which is called Psychosphere, which is currently on view in Cisternine. I don't know if I pronounced that right.
Cisternine, yeah.
Cisternine, which is a huge repurposed underground reservoir in Copenhagen. And I really urge you to go and see it. So let's talk about these collaborations. Why don't you tell us more about the origins of your work, your medium, your working methods, and your approach to collaborations?
Yeah, so for the past 10 years, I worked as an artist pretty much exclusively going to natural environments, and then I would spend weeks or a few months at a time. And then I would build a virtual landscape because I grew up modifying video games, and I had an early career like modding virtual worlds and publishing them online from actually since I was a teenager. This is like 20 years ago. So for 20 years, I've just come to know virtual world building as a very, almost like musical improvisational tool. It comes very natural to me. So everything we see now is like images from different worlds, but they're each based on actual field work I've done with on my own or with researchers and different biologists. So for example, this artwork Psychosphere that I collaborated with Melanie on, that's right now at the Cisterns in Denmark, I went myself and with an Italian diver and filmed inside of the top of some underwater volcanic vents, but I also worked with a research vessel from Norway and Trondheim over the summer, and we see some images of this now that mapped a newly discovered Arctic deep-sea volcanic landscape that's never been seen before. So it's kind of like a whole new visual world that's currently being mapped of underwater volcanoes. But in my work, once I've built out the core of it, the kind of poetry of a mood, a psychology, or a core story in the virtual landscape, then I invite in other collaborators to respond to that freely, like Oh Kyung Lee, or I worked with Aka before, Michael Riesman, like different musicians, also poets, writers. Sometimes it ends in books, in games, in exhibitions, and it kind of unfolds from there. But the poetic and an environmental core is very close to my own body of going through these environments at first, and then slowly other people are entering this process. And so with Oh Kyung Lee, we worked together with music, or Oh Kyung Lee made music for this piece, The Ephemeral Lake, that was shown at the Kunsthalle in Hamburg a few years ago. And with Melanie, actually the collaborative process was much more like integral right from the beginning. Because she told me about this funky concept called a psychosphere, which I took as a perspective on evolution that doesn't think about intelligence, a kind of language, which we're thinking a lot about now, in particular in relationship with technology, but something that deals with the evolution of psyche between species, and something that starts with matter and vibration. And then I took that to my perspective on the deep sea, of the origins of life in the deep sea, and how psyche, our psyche, other species' psyche, comes from friction and matter and not from like thought. So then that changed an entire design process, and I worked on an accordion player, Bjarke, some fabricators. There's lots of elements to this. But that's like the baseline that, you know, we can...
And so as you come from such different worlds, I mean, how do these collaborations work? Where do you begin?
So it's a kind of back and forth process at first between, usually I look at an environment quite removed from the outside.
Yeah.
I research it, or like Melanie tells me about some science behind the place. And, you know, I look at the world like a lot of people today look at it, which is like from a satellite, from research, from stories. But then I go to the place, and then over time, I kind of pack my mind with ideas and knowledge, and then I try to lose it through a very corporal process. And in the end, I kind of see pictures or feel things that go way beyond anything I could imagine from afar. And so there's kind of a meeting between almost this satellite meta worldview that I think most of us have today, or we experience the world through phones or stories, very two-dimensional. And then, yeah, that creates like a core. And then inside of that, I literally, for example, with Oh Kyung, it's like I wrote like a little particular brief or story about the project to invite a collaborator in, so that Oh Kyung could feel, I hope, personal, invited into that world. So I don't like direct people, I tell them what to do. It's more like, I think of it as that's the environment, and I build the environment, put it in an exhibition, the audience enters that, but there's a step in between, which are other collaborators that enter that world. And the material that I receive back, I then modify the work to again. So there's a price of life in it, because that's kind of how the natural world works. It's like, it is kind of chaos. It is like very messy or full of all these fabrics and textures.
Oh Kyung, do you want to speak to that, to your experience of working on Ephemeral Lake with Jakob?
Yeah, and first of all, we also have to acknowledge Lou O'Neill, who's been a collaborator with Jakob for a long time, and I think with his help, this project really came together really nicely. We kind of met totally by chance, and it started with me going to this exhibition in Berlin in 2021.
21, yeah.
Yeah, called the Berber. And the only reason I went was because the Arca did the music for it. And when I entered the space, I felt this like one of those like moments that you feel like you're stepping into a totally different reality almost, which was really fascinating. And the artwork was also very inspiring and also very different. I mean, I'm not really used to this virtual reality or game space. So it was really interesting experience, and it was like really beautiful. So it left me quite a big impression. And 2 years later, he just happened to be in this residency in Switzerland, and we just met by chance. And he didn't know who I was, and I didn't realize it was the same artist. And only the next day, Lou, his collaborator, who recognized me, so we talked, and we had a casual meeting, and in Berlin, maybe half a year later, 1 year later, and this conversation was really great because he mentioned two things that was really kind of really like this like small words, but kind of unlocked something. One was that as a creator, like Jakob, he just creates this door that let people come in. And once the door is open and people walk in to that space, he can do whatever he wants. All the freedom of creativity, which was a really exciting way of thinking about it. And then also he mentioned, which was really shocking, that he said, these days people don't listen to music like as a music, but like lots of people are experiencing music on the game. And then it's not a linear composition. It's something different, which was totally different. I mean, new to me too, because I'm more of a traditional music maker in that sense. So that was really intriguing. So I said that I'd like to be a part of it because it sounded so fun and different and exciting.
And Melanie, where did you two meet?
Yeah, well, we had, in some ways, it kind of speaks to the wider themes, because the way that we kind of met one another was, so I actually started in the creative arts myself. So I began as a poet. I continued to work as a librettist in classical music. But that kind of dominant area of my work since has been more theoretical, so within history of ideas in philosophy, more in kind of non-fiction, and also as an ethicist. And what was interesting for me already was that before I met Jakob, in the kind of year or two beforehand, again, in terms of the themes of this festival, so I work as an ethicist, and part of that work since has been about building a project called Animals in the Room, which is about expanding democracy to bring in the voices of other species. Because, we talk about inequalities, right? But there's 4% of wild mammals left on this earth. 70% of the wild mammals in biomass terms on this planet are stuck in our food systems, so they're not living free, autonomous lives. So we have huge quantities of inequality that take place within the living world, non-human world. I was designing this project to try and expand our democracies, to bring them into the space and change the way that we make decisions in the world moving forward, which kind of speaks to everything that's here today. But I was coming into that theoretically, and actually we came up against an imaginative challenge. Because how do you bring corals into this room today, for example? How do we bring giant salamanders into this room today? How do we bring sequoias into this room, right? Who's figuring that challenge out? It's artists. So I was looking around for artists who might be doing that kind of work. And how did it happen? Because you were already doing work. So, I think sometimes we break apart from our kind of two cultures, right? Of the kind of arts and sciences. But very often today, the challenge is cut across those. And we find that people separately are doing work that is bringing the arts and sciences back together. And that is our story in many ways, isn't it? Because I was moving back from arts into science and theory, back into arts again. I was going on that journey. Jakob is meeting those challenges separately himself, and we kind of just met in this really organic way, didn't we? You'd already been doing some, you'll be able to remind me better than me, but you were already doing work kind of that was responding to On Extinction, right?
Yeah,
right.
yeah. So
and then I was looking for artists, and people were like, oh, Jakob's name was coming up, and then, tell me what happened next.
I mean, I think there's kind of two things, because there's like the science and the perspective, and then the emotional vibration of like Okyung's cello in an artwork. So with Melanie, you wrote this book On Extinction that took a very poetic and personal approach to the theme of extinction through like learning to remember the names of flowers, for example. And I was doing a project at the Serpentine Galleries then called The Deep Listener, and I was reading this book in 2019, and then it came together for me in making something that felt more close to you rather than really afar.
Yeah.
And so it changed me a lot in how I design, because when you do these big collaborations, you have to design, you have to make decisions, you have to write a story, you have to create something that other people can enter. as they are, but also within that relative context, so it doesn't just spill out and doesn't become something greater than any one person can imagine. But then, for example, that book really changed my approach to making art, to making it environmental and way more intimate and close to my body and respecting and trying to give that to the audience. And then for this work, Psychosphere, it's like we did a talk together in 2022, and you told me about this concept of Psychosphere.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
Exactly, and then that now becomes this big show. I mean, it's 4,600 square meters underground in Copenhagen in this water reservoir. It's a huge show and production and everything, but it builds around a single concept of a psychosphere. I want to build a psychosphere. What does that mean? And follow every principle you told me about scientifically, and create an entire project around it.
Can you talk to us more about what a psychosphere is?
Yeah, sorry. So that's right. Jakob originally responded to that work, and when we started talking, we realized we had so much in common. And I told him about the new work that I was doing. So that I'm working on a second book at the moment called Life as an Act of Rebellion, and that's about rethinking. At the moment, when we think about the living world, we tend to approach at particular ecological scales, and because of the kind of I mean, not to go into the history of science here, but we have Vernadsky and we have Arthur Tansley, who gave us the ecosystem idea and the biosphere idea. This is really looking at the ecological scale in terms of the interconnections between organisms, shaping that the world is made by the interactions of many entities together. It was an incredibly useful way of explaining the world because it enabled us to basically model things, and explain things in a very functional, system-based way. But what it left out was the organism. And that always struck me as curious. So I wanted to go back to what's odd about life. What's odd about life is that we do things for reasons. We're purposeful. Every single entity that you look at is purposeful. If you go into the genetic story of this, it will tell you, everything's a machine. You'll see this out here. Everything's like a machine. Actually, no, life is not like a machine. Life is, in fact, nothing like a machine. It's not, the ecosystem isn't just parts that will do functions. Organisms are also not parts, made up of little parts that do something that they're just programmed to do. They have a psyche in them. So this is a really ancient Greek idea coming from Aristotle primarily, that actually we are bodies that are ensouled with something that is purposive, that we can only be seen as a body, that life cannot be separated into any kind of dualism, that life is an embodied, purposeful, remarkable thing. And psyche is this old idea. It's the best idea we have to explain what life is. So I wanted to go back and say, well, if we understand life from psyche, do we have a biosphere? Do we have an ecosphere? Should we be seeing things in this kind of way, or should we be starting from the interactions between different agents and agencies? And what does life look like if you build a psychosphere that really trusts that when you look at an organism, you are looking at an intelligent agent that has a purpose. And when you look at the world that we've created, you see a world that is a tapestry of different intelligences that have created a world of meaning. So that is what the psychosphere is. And I completely trusted Jakob because he's brilliant and the arts speak a different language, and I let
I'd like
him
to
just
say
run
that
with
it speaks to his ambition, because that is quite something to manifest what you've just described.
Yeah, and I think it would also be nice to hear, Okyung, your experience of working on the ephemeral lake as well, because so then there's like Psychosphere, which builds on this philosophy, but then for the other project called the ephemeral lake, it was built on a concept called orogeny. So this is a scientific term for volcanic vibrations that create mountains. And the other project that we saw earlier on the screen was based on these rock formations that come out of the ground. And that's based on scientists I talked to that literally listen. I mean, the way you measure if earthquakes and everything is that you kind of listen to the heartbeat of the planet, of continents moving. And this was the foundation for what I thought about when I invited you, Okyung, with these this virtual world and glass lamps that react to the cello. And we talked about the cello as like vibration.
Yeah.
So it would be interesting hearing for you as an artist, because for me as an artist, this is the most interesting point. It's actually when another artist somehow enters that,
Yeah.
and it's out of my realm.
Yes.
So what was that like?
Well, the thing is, I spent last 2.5 decades developing my own language on cello, and I feel like I've done, I've gone to many different directions, but then vibration being one of the most like fundamental element of sound itself. It actually really wanted to go back and then dig deeper, and then even like really like let's really listen to the smallest details, and then really like allowed me dig deeper again. And also because all of my sounds are only generated by the instrument with the strings that vibrates against this wood. And it also, because you work with a digital world, so it kind of let me push that boundary at this time. So until working with you, I kind of refused to work like with using a digital manipulation. But this time it kind of like let me open that door. So I took my sounds and then kind of went all the way. And then, yeah, it brought me some amazing results. And then actually some of the sounds that I used in the track yesterday was the sounds that I made for the ephemeral lake. So yeah, it's kind of, allowed me to go into different directions and vibration. And then also, like when I actually went to the exhibition in Hamburger Kunsthalle, that was such a great experience because it's a sound, but then also translate into actual physical installation, and then also because it was installed in 2 different locations, 2 stories, and then just the fact that it was kind of relating to the architecture, the space of it, and then also the feeling of like being high and then being low, and then also this like beautiful glass sculpture that you had with the lights. And then everything was so beautifully integrated, and then just the sound became just one element, but also something that was holding it all together, vibration. So that was great. I mean, it was a really just exciting experience for me.
I think
in the middle of it, yeah.
One of the things I find with, I actually found it even just here, is that the music, if it's attached into an artwork or embedded in an artwork, is what often invites you in, isn't it? I found that there was a piece out there, that, and as you say, that's such an embodied experience, because you were called towards that artwork from quite a distance away, actually. It's a real amplifier, but it's also the journey that we go on. It physically connects us, obviously, to the artwork.
We were hoping to be able to play you some of this, but wonder if we
Is the
still
sound
could.
in the video? Or, yeah.
Anyway, technical issues. But sorry, carry on.
Yeah, I was just joining in because I just, commenting, because it is, music does often draw me towards an artwork first. It's effective.
Well, particularly if you have a kind of part of your sensibility is also artistic, poetic, and musical.
Yeah, for sure. But I also think, it's just we're animals, right? And so we focus very much on the visual. So if there's something that's visually arresting, it'll dominate in a room. But equally well, sound is something that our bodies are receptive to at a much greater distance. So in fact, sound will get your curiosity going before you've even thought about it.
Yes.
It's not a rational experience. It's just a calling that will take you, from quite a distance in. So.
But then with that installation, the sound also became kind of physical experience too, because it's vibration, and you really felt the vibration when you're surrounded with the installation. So it was really like a multi-sensory experience, and then also that's something that, as a composer, that is not something I get to work with that often. So yeah, it was good to be a part of it.
Yeah, there's kind of like to kind of try to tie it together too, of making this into artworks and exhibitions. It's sort of like making this strange whirlpool of different. There's a physical museum. We're in one. Okay. Then there's a virtual space. The virtual space is actually kind of a coordinate system that moves over time as you interact with it. So for every artwork I do, now we see the images that you see on screens in the work, but the sound is kind of what brings the invisible virtual world to you, because when you deal with ecosystems, there are a lot of things you can't see in environment. So okay, you can see it digitally, you can make, this what we see now is like a tiny rock in nature, but then I enlarge it like 200 times, so you get a sense of scale. But the virtual is actually, it only has meaning when we give it meaning. So when we create a screen, then you can see into it. But if you remove the screen, you can still hear a coordinate system. So with this other collaborator, Lou of mine, and there's also a programmer, Walter Waynants, it's like a whole team of people I work with. This virtual world and its sound occupies a hyper-spatialized system in architecture, where we use all the natural echoes. Like you can go like, and there's like a 4-second echo you can hear in the corners of the space here. Or when you tune an instrument, you know this. So a lot of the virtual experience, I work so much with sound because it can really, even when you don't look at the images of the screen, you can still feel it.
Yeah.
And then there's vibration moving through your body. So it's sort of this strange combination of like a mind and emotion, an actual landscape, a technology, a world, that virtual world that's created that other people enter, and then the final thing that an audience enters. But the result, I can never fully predict in the beginning.
Yeah.
And that's why I also, in the process, try to bring people together who may not have met each other before and work in different disciplines. And I kind of conjure this little door for them to enter. And this is actually a video game philosophy where it comes from old horror video games. So the really old ones from the 90s, the first thing you see in them is a very realistic door. The first thing in a game you see is something super familiar. You choose as a player to open that door. Once you've done that, you can throw a completely new worldview of someone. But if you don't provide the door, if people are not familiar with the subject of your exhibition or artwork, they might remain protective. But if they choose to kind of do something and open, then there's this philosophy that you can throw whatever at someone. And so also in exhibition designs and work with institutions, I kind of try to do this. There's always like a liminal space before the exhibition. That's kind of an intro welcoming that brings you in. And that extends then to how other people would enter the work, and it's kind of this open playground in a way.
So I can see that, I can feel that we could speak about this for a very, very long time. We're going to carry on outside, and I can also see that we're running out of time. So, but I'm compelled to ask you, you all, but particularly you, Jakob, now that you've achieved something as extraordinary as your exhibition now in Copenhagen, what's the next frontier?
Well, one thing is to keep expanding these worlds and also have performers like Okyung enter these exhibitions and make like living instruments that are musicians inside of. But the other thing is that I've been working on turning this into a video game with like where all these worlds become levels in it, and then working with a big video game publisher like Epic to bring it to like millions of people. So now I have this new kind of vision of taking these worlds and these new philosophies of life, these very raw, emotional, musical elements, fuse them together and bring it into a more like a mainstream video game, but aimed at not an audience in a museum, but a very different group who will then maybe for the first time experience this kind of approach to making art, to experience music, to experience environments, and give that to the world, to work on that, yeah.
And do you have a sense that there is a kind of younger generation, let's say call it the gaming world, that they have an appetite for this sort of relatively complex storytelling?
Yeah, definitely. So, I mean, there's a growing genre in video games of titles that are not the biggest productions, but just one level below. So they're fairly large, and you aim at like 1 million sales, but not like the massive Hollywood productions, because games today can be like 300 million to produce, but that's not what we're talking about. It's not something completely at the scale of what I'm already doing in exhibitions, something in between. And there's a growing interest in this. So for example, like the world's top classical music track right now is from a new video game that came out of France called Clair Obscur 23, which is this strange, surreal, novel take on Paris and the future. It's very poetic, it's very beautiful, and it's become like the biggest selling game right now, and it is heavily based on classical music. And it brings suddenly that entire audience to listen to classical music. The themes is very philosophical, based on old surreal paintings and things. And so there's a growing appetite for these things now, a bit like that's been art films, kind of how they followed mainstream tale of, like the early Hollywood productions. That's happening now with digital publication and games as well. So I feel like it's a good moment to do this. And some of my work are already available as short games people can already download. And a lot of the people that write me and the studio and things are quite young. It's like university students, a lot that also very attached to this work.
So we unfortunately are running out of time, but please don't hesitate to come and talk to any of us afterwards. Just one tiny bit of time to ask and see if there's any questions from the audience, if there's anything you'd like to ask any of our speakers. No. Well, come and talk to us afterwards. And thank you so much for accepting this invitation, for coming to speak with Jakob. It's a great pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're on time. Don't understand what you're saying.
So now we'd like to welcome onto the stage for our next session, Visualizing Inequalities, Sophia, if you could come to the stage with your panelists, with Federica.
I can sit in the middle. God, the lights. Can you hear me? Hello? It works, right? Okay. Hello, everyone. I am Sofia Lekangelopoulou, Editor-in-Chief of Design Brew magazine. Hello. I am Sofia Lekangelopoulou, Editor-in-Chief of Design Brew magazine, founded here in Milan 26 years ago. And I'm very happy to be here with Federica Frangapane, independent information designer, for a conversation around visualizing inequality and design's ability to convey important information to a wider audience. We are also joined by Marta Foresti, CEO and founder of Lago, a collective on migration, culture, and the arts. Federica and Marta have also collaborated on a series of projects, but we will expand more on that later. Federica, your works are part of the permanent collection of MoMA. You have worked with Google, the UN, the World Health Organization, and you also have a wonderful project here as part of the Triennale. So I was wondering if you can walk us through your practice briefly.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. So glad to be here and to talk with you, Sophia, and with you, Marta, too, again. And so I want to quickly introduce my work. If we can go through, is it possible to have my slides? Because for me, the best way to talk about my work is to show it. And also to show how I work with very different kind of data and numbers. Those are some details from the installation that you will see, and maybe I guess you have already saw it below for Triennale. I will talk about it a little bit more in detail soon, but I want to show you two different projects that are not part of this exhibition, just to give some examples of how I use visual elements and data visualization to give a shape to numbers. I work sometimes with very big data, sometimes with small data. And to give you an example, this is a project I've been working on last year. It was just a personal project. I was reading this report from Oxfam that was out in January 2024 about the average rate of that tool in Gaza at the time. and this report was saying that Israel's military was killing Palestinians at an average rate of 250 people a day. And at the time, more than 100 days had passed since October 7, after the Hamas attack. And I was reading this report, and sometimes I just see numbers and I want to give them a shape because it's my way to deal with them, sometimes when I'm speechless reading them. And so in that case, I draw this shape. In this case, it was an undrawn one. It's a very simple kind of a leaf or a branch in which each single branch represents one people killed. And the other reports also provided the information about the number of children who had been killed on an average rate daily. And so I drew it, and considering that more than 100 days had passed at the time, I then repeated this shape more than 100 times. Again, because it was just my way to try to, I wanted to talk about it, and I wanted to represent the unrepresentable sometimes, and to talk about unbearable numbers. And this is an example. Those are very simple numbers that yet I think can really already give a sense of something that is incredible. But I also work with more complex data sets and more complex numbers. This is a data set below one of the visualizations that have been acquired by MoMA, and it's about space junk, the junk we leave on space. And it's about, I'm not going to explain it in detail, but it's about the satellites and pieces of rockets that are now orbiting Earth. And this is a more complex way of visualizing data, and I'm giving them a shape in which I categorize the objects and categorize them according to the distances to Earth. So I'm not going to delve into this project, but it's just to provide you an overview of different ways of dealing with data. And for Triennale, I've been asked, and I'm so glad, of trying to give a shape to some data about inequalities and try to tackle different subjects, because of course inequality, as this exhibition is very clearly saying, can have different shapes. And from gender inequality, inequality connected to climate change, to wealth, to ethnicity, to biodiversity. And when I work on this kind of subjects, I really see them not as 2D simple subjects I can just scan and reproduce, but I really see those subjects as 3D shapes, very complex, very ugly sometimes. And I see my work as somebody who is taking some lenses and is photographing some parts, some angles, sometimes are hidden, sometimes are more visible. And what I do with my lens, and it's a privileged lens, and this is something that I always want to say, is try to photograph these angles using data and numbers to give them another shape. I want to show you quickly some examples of two of the visualizations that you will see below. And this is actually the first one I've worked on, and it was about inequality and wealth. And in this case, I also started from a very simple statement, very simple numbers. So around 50,000 people owns more than 6% of global wealth, while 2.6 billion people own 2% of global wealth. And so also in this case, the numbers are very simple and easy. And what I did was giving a shape to the percentage of global wealth, just represented as the area of these two circles. And then in order to represent the numbers of people owing such percentages, I use a very simple visual language, one dot. One dot represents 10,000 people in this case. And I then created these shapes in which, again, one dot is represent this number of people, and to give a shape to this, a symmetry, and to represent this number of people surrounding such percentage of global wealth. So this is a way in which I visualize this kind of information. But I also worked with data about life expectancy. This is something I was aware of, thinking about differences between countries, but in this visualization, we not only talk about differences between countries, but also between neighborhoods within the same city. Such in this case, I started from a studio comparing life expectancies in different neighborhoods in San Francisco, in New York. It was a studio analyzing the data in the US. And here I wanted to emphasize the differences between the life expectancies, because there are differences of decades in life expectancies according to when a person is born. And this is something that I often do. I use soft organic shapes to talk about numbers that have an organic presence behind them, have people or sometimes living creatures in general behind them, ecosystems behind them. And so in this case, I draw this shape that it's sometimes for somebody recalls a leaf, for somebody recalls a feather, because then for me it's not necessary to recall something that is direct, but it's just the sense of something that it's living, that has a living presence, that it's important to recall. And in this case, the legend is very simple. The number of lines is proportional to the number of years of life expectancies. And I visualize this data, again, creating this comparison. And on one side, you can see the comparison between different countries, and on the other side, the comparison between different neighborhoods within the same cities. That is a data that particularly impressed me, I have to say. And this is just to provide you an overview of how I use the tool and the language of data visualization to give a shape to this information.
I actually wanted to ask you about your approach of using more organic forms and softer shapes. I mean, we see different ways of visualizing information also in the Triennale through text-based works, through harder graphics, straightforward approaches, but you have a very unique way to use hard facts, but convey them in a way that makes them very soft and approachable for also people that are not part of the design community, they're part of a wider audience, and you use design in a way to approach these people and to give them this information in a softer way. And I was wondering, how do you use aesthetics as a way to transmit this data, and how you came about to using the softer organic forms, and what kind of impact do you see that they have?
Yeah, thank you. So it was, I would say, pretty instinctual, like in my research process for me. I understood during the years that I like to evoke, not all the times, because I also work with very technical and classical representations, but in those cases, I like to evoke a sense of familiarity. So these graphics, these charts, clearly are not familiar for a data visualization expert, but this is often not it is not the kind of audience I want to talk about, but maybe they are more familiar because of their organicity aspect to a wider public. And so aware that they need a legend, because of course I have to explain how they work in detail and with care. It's really my way to invite people to look at them. Aesthetics for me, it's never been just a final embellishment or a final touch, but it's really part of all the communication process that I'm working on, and it's really my way to invite people to look at visualization, and maybe at first you see something that appeals to you or you're curious to read, and then in a second moment you look at the data and they're so ugly and so awful and so terrible, and it's my personal way of dealing with them.
Mm-hmm. And your work circulate, I mean, across museums, exhibitions, also on social media. You have a wide audience, and I was wondering how you see the impact that they have in terms of social impact, or how you see the audience reacting to them, and how you feel that they contribute, or you hope they contribute in tackling somehow inequality through the different data that you collect and use.
Yeah, so it's just a very, I mean, I am so admired of the work and what activists do, and people who actively work in the field of inequalities do. And what I try to do is to bring attention to some of the topics. So of course my contribution is so small, but social media really helped me a lot in understanding the impact that this project sometimes can have. And it's something that I wasn't particularly aware of at the beginning. Like in the first years of my career, I used social media to showcase my work because I'm a freelancer, not to talk about topics I cared about. But then in the last couple of years, I really noticed how the projects that I post on social media can be a tool to people to talk about topics that they are dear to them, they want to talk about. And so something so simple as resharing something that I've done really makes me happy because I like the idea of giving people tools to talk about numbers and topics and stories that they care about. So this is, I think, one of the ways in which I interacted with the audiences, and I'm very glad of this way of seeing a so small part of impact that my work can do. So it's a very, very small impact in my opinion, but I'm very glad of it. And also seeing topics, harsh topics in museums and in art spaces that are open to the public, it's something that really I love to work on.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Marta, in terms of impact, I was wondering also what you have learned through your collaboration with Federica, through different designers, and what kind of impact you feel design can have, again, to a wider audience.
Thank you, Sofia and Federica. And yes, I met Federica on a journey when I was trying to make sense and to try to make a little bit of a difference as a researcher and as a policy expert and analyst, so not as a designer. And I have been working with Federica and others since, in the last few years, really trying to harness the power of design to say something about the world, but also help us find solution, or at least to address the realities, to talk the truth to power and to the problems that we are addressing. Sort of listening to Federica and based on our sort of collaboration over the years, a few things come to mind. In a way, relate to the fact that we need to really not be shy and to be very intentional about what it is that we're talking about when it comes to design and inequality. And one of my concerns when it comes particularly to visualizations and the use of information design is that we risk a little bit underestimating what it is that we are doing. So there is a tendency to think that there is something called data, knowledge, truth that exists, and then a very good designer comes along and gives it some nice shape. That's trivializing what we are talking about. What we're in the business of doing, what Federica does, is creating knowledge and intentionally using design to make sense of the reality of around us. And so the first thought I have is that I want to actually thank Federica for starting her conversation with Gaza, and not just with any data on Gaza, but the killing of Palestinians by Israeli soldiers, and to frame her design around this concept, this responsibility, this truth, this reality. And I think in the last few weeks has been particularly, certainly from my perspective, deafening how little we heard about responsibilities in that conflict. And so this is a very good example of design talking the truth and putting responsibilities and accountability to the table. The second thought about design and reality and making a difference and impact relates to data, particularly to this issue of data inequality and what Federica has done, particularly for her beautiful project of the Triennale, which is that one of the things that researchers like me get very stuck with when it comes to inequality is these issues of size, right? There is forever this divide between what's happening globally and this very big number, and then the beautiful reality of local action that we all understand to matter, but it's so difficult to reconcile and to bring those two things together. If you go downstairs and have a look at some of Federica's work, go and look for one particular panel that talks about the city of Turin, which is where I think Federica lives. And you approach it and you see these shapes that look very similar, because she's comparing life expectancy in the hills, in the suburban hills, the wealthy neighborhood of Turin, with life expectancy for those in the outskirts of the city neighborhoods, which of course is where people that are less wealthy live. And she finds that there is a 4 years difference in life expectancy. So that shows is a very little difference in those shapes. But that's within the city of Turin. There are 4 years difference if you're born in the hills and if you're born in the city. And it's so important when we talk about inequality to really put the spotlight on those small differences at the local level that speak massive volumes about the problem at hand. And some of the shapes that she showed you a minute ago about deliberately looking at the asymmetry between countries and within countries to show that the shapes are very similar, whether we're talking about the differences that we all expect between the so-called West or North or Global North and the Global South that you actually find within New York City and other cities in very wealthy countries. And so it's so important to, again, shed light and talk truth about all these different levels of inequalities. And trust me, there's no bar charts in the world that can give you that subtle sense of the importance of how small inequality speak volume about the life of people. And then finally, Federica mentioned in the last question about aesthetics. I was recently in a similar event with Federica at the London School of Economics, where some of the students of statistics challenged her and said, how do you feel about all this beauty when dealing with such difficult things? And she rightly said, I deliberately use aesthetics to draw you in. I want you to engage with something that is not particularly nice, but really requires attention. And actually, to sort of finish on your point about impact, that has the potential to make a profound impact in the work that collectively we're doing. Because, again, I go back to what's happening in Gaza, the tendency to not see something and to keep it away, especially when it's ugly, is devastating. I worked with Federica for years on migration issues. There is nothing like putting a negative, like a sense of tragedy and urgency on a topic to get people to completely disengage. It's us and them. It's something that happens over there. It's not happening to me. Using aesthetics to bring it home, to have it here in this building for the next few months for everybody to see, and the amount of beauty in that room downstairs is actually very touching and overwhelming in a very beautiful way. And I actually happen to think that can make a massive difference. And I think collectively, we've got to make sure that people in the UN buildings, people in governments can actually take a look at this and experience some of this beauty, because I actually think that's where a lot of the impact can come from.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you both so much. Unfortunately, we've run out of time already, but I invite everyone to check out Federica's projects if you haven't already. It's downstairs. And thank you again. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much, ladies. And now we have a coffee break. So you can we're going to do it in the hallway here. We're running a little bit behind, as you may have noticed, but we'll still maintain 25 minutes for a coffee break. So meet back here at, I think, 11:30. But also, at the same time as the coffee break, you can take your coffee in there. There's a room just a little bit down the hallway to the left called the Agora Room, and we're showing there a virtual exhibition by Ronan Berger, who works with women dealing with trauma and loss. And he runs an art therapy program, and you'll see some of their beautiful works in the Agora Room. So you can take a coffee in there if you'd like, or just chat out in the hallways, up to you. See you back here at 11:30.
Playing.
Okay.
Yours on the left, yeah.
The left looking this
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
right when I'm on stage.
Right, right.
Okay.
Συγγνώμη, ξεκινάμε.
Ναι. Πώς ξεκινάμε?
Kim, to introduce.
Are they ready? Where are they? Okay.
Introduce them.
Okay. Yeah. No, I know. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Tell me when it's. Okay. Welcome back, everybody. I'd just like to quickly introduce Rosalind Sulkas and Audrey Teichmann, who are going to come on stage and tell us about how a commission works, the anatomy of a commission. Please welcome them.
Hello, everyone. Let me introduce Audrey Teichmann, one of two curators at Audemars Piguet Contemporary, which is a philanthropic arm of the famed Swiss watch company. Since 2012, the company has commissioned 26 artworks and produced around 70 exhibitions of work by their commissioned artists. Audemars Piguet is one of several luxury brands that have ventured into the cultural domain. Rolex has a major arts program. Van Cleef & Arpels has recently begun to produce seasons of dance in Paris, London, New York. Dior and Chanel support the arts. So I suppose the first question for you, Audrey, is why are these companies doing it? What's really in it for them? It seems a particularly soft brand of publicity or promotion. And why is this kind of patronage happening now in a way it wasn't even, a decade or two ago?
Thank you for your question. Indeed, it's very important to wonder why you do that. And I think at the core of the answer is because we are makers, we love to observe makers. So if I start with what Audemars Piguet does, so we are a small watchmaking manufacturer, and everything is about the care and the craft you put in watches that we produce mainly, if not only by hand, after years of research and development. And being these makers naturally led us to want to support contemporary artists. Again, because we were very attracted to bringing new ideas to life and to see how this process happens. We also believe it can have a positive impact on the artist because we are supporters of their research in many ways. We are also challengers. We try to push the boundaries of their practice. And we are amplifiers. We try to give more visibility to their work. We believe that the consequence can be positive also on the audiences that get to see new questions being raised, to see newer horizons. And as a company, because we're a living organism, we feel also we are transformed by this journey of working together. And we love to be in that position of being curious, driven by critical thinking about the world we live in.
What about why it's happening now? Why do you think there's increasing patronage from these luxury brands?
It's hard to answer for the whole luxury industry, but what I can say within Audemars Piguet Contemporary, we've been working for 15 years, almost now. And because it takes so much time to work the way we do, it can't be just a momentum or a trend. For instance, between the first moment we have a conversation, the first conversation with an artist until the moment we work together, 7 years can pass. And I say 7 years specifically because that's what happened with Ryoji Ikeda. We had conversations that led years after to working together. And that very nature and that very time we need really implies for us to have a very long-term commitment.
How do you choose the artists? Do you have any restrictions or parameters? Are there sometimes projects where you think that doesn't suit our image or our brand?
Well, it's a very joyful experience to choose artists. It's like opening Christmas presents for us. But we take it with a very great sense of responsibility too. The process is the process any curator would follow within an institution. So it's about conversations with fellow curators, studio visits, we do that a lot. We travel a lot to meet and have conversations with artists. And there is no red thread. We are interested in many diverse positions, and we always consider new opportunities, new ways of thinking as opportunities for us to question ourselves.
Do you have a program? Is it like one artist a year, or do you do more than that? What's the rhythm of the commissions?
So we commission 2 to 3 artists a year, and what is important is that as curators, we follow the whole process from the very beginning of the idea until the exhibition, and it doesn't stop there, because we have the commitment to exhibit the work at least a second time. That's why you mentioned we've worked with 26 artists and developed 70 exhibitions. It's because it leads to more exhibitions than just the commission projects.
What about the curatorial input? How much influence, control, how much handover is there? Does the artist have complete freedom to do whatever he or she wants and to determine that level of curatorial input?
Yeah, we are curators, so we curate and we care. And I guess to answer your question, it's interesting maybe to go back to the process. So when we select an artist, the first question we raise is, what is your dream project? And everything begins there. The second question would be, how do you work? What do you need? And we adapt following their needs. And that's when we open our toolbox and we say, okay, of course we have a financial support, but we have a curatorial support because we are 2 curators. We do research. We also have...
Can you give me an example of something like that where you would have had some input into the
Yes, of course. For instance, working with Petri Talilai and Alvaro Urbano, because it was the first time they were working on music on the commission. We co-commissioned with TBA 21 Academy. We made a lot of research to see how our curated network of specialists could apply in their work and in their research, because it was a lot of firsts in that commission. And then we opened not only our books, but also our phone book of persons that could really bring their expertise in the commission.
You mentioned yesterday when we were talking that you found someone who made musical boxes.
Yes. Because it was the first time they were willing to be involved in really composing music for the commission, we thought, okay, because every time we work with an artist, we invite them to come to Le Brassus, where the manufacturer was founded 150 years ago. And when they come, it's an occasion to understand what we do. And because of these music interests, we thought, okay, why don't we go to the oldest music boxes manufacturer in the world, which is one of our neighbors. And it was like, I wouldn't say life-changing experience, but project-changing experience, because that's how they didn't not only understand the technicality of it, but also the range of possibilities you have to work with different materials, to compose a few different sounds. It was really interesting.
And you didn't answer earlier when I asked, are there restrictions or parameters on the projects? Are there things that you would just not do?
we see that more from a curious standpoint. So we wouldn't call it a restriction because maybe the fact we commission only 2 to 3 artists a year limits the possibilities, and we really focus on various practices that lead us to question ourselves. But we never think about restrictions, to be honest. Also, something I should mention is that we support the independence and autonomy of the artists in terms of determining the theme they will work on. So it doesn't limitate the conversation. They can work on anything, and that's really one of the key elements of the program.
Do you have is the budget dependent on the project, or is it?
No, it's an equitable budget for all of the artists we work with.
Which you don't state.
I'm sorry?
Which you don't state.
No, we don't.
Maybe could you talk us through a sort of concrete example of a commission,
yes,
like
course.
perhaps Miriam Banani, who might be known to some people here because she had an exhibition recently after the one she did with you at the Prouder Foundation.
Yeah, you can see the work that we co-commissioned with the Highline. So the beginning of the conversation was in 2020. We were in the middle of the COVID situation, wondering when we would have the possibility to organize an exhibition again and to be able to experience physical, the materiality of an artwork. And because one of the members of the team lives in New York, we were naturally led to have a conversation with Cecilia Alemani, who we've known for many years, because they had still the commitment to exhibit artworks and to dedicate a program to the inhabitants of New York. And when we spoke together, we understood we had the same mission and same vision of commissioning as a supporting system. And this led also to conversations about artists we were interested in. And we discovered we were both very interested in Miriam Banani. We'd been following her practice for a long time. And what was really the point is to invite a video artist mainly to do her first ever public sculpture without a video element. So we were interested not only on the person, but also on the challenge it represented. And that's how Windy came to life. And for 1 year, it spinned, because it's a kinetic sculpture, and for 1 year it was spinning rain or shine on the Highline in New York. And we really love the take she took, because she answers to the movement of the city by movement. She questions what it is to create a more abstract sculpture, something that really questions your position as a spectator, and also being in this museum without a ceiling, being between the ground and the sky. How can you think about like almost a meteorologic phenomenon, as if she was translating a cartoon tornado into a real one? It was really something that the New Yorkers adopted. They really loved it.
So here, presumably, you worked with the curators at the Highline. Yeah. So does that often happen? Are there collaborative interchanges with other institutions?
Yes, it's a good question, because we are very much into the community of thinkers, makers, and it's very often that we approach an institution or get approached with the common idea to curate and commission together. And then it's really a conversation.
And to go back to the first thing I asked you about what's in it for the company, I mean, is there a promotional aspect? Do you require the artists to wear watches, to appear in advertisements? Is there any obligation on their part?
No, only possibilities. They are very welcome to wear a watch by Audemars Piguet if they wish. They are very welcome to attend events if they wish. The only thing we ask them to join are the moments when they will promote their own work. So a press conference, a meeting with journalists. Everything is about them and about people remembering their name. And in terms of promotional content, it's the standard of the industry, just our name appearing on documentation about the exhibition.
And do you own the work when it's done?
I guess we are more about the process than the property, and so we don't own the artworks. Once the commission is done, it belongs to the artist. And we consider it's interesting to offer to the desire of others these artwork to be exhibited or acquired. And I think it's really a second type of support to allow people also to acquire the work and to make it.
And you said you always have a second exhibition of the work. You always show it again.
Yes.
Can it be 5 years later or 10 years later?
Anytime we are not leaving.
Yeah.
So yeah, sometimes it's very soon after the first exhibition. For instance, at the moment we have on the High Museum in Atlanta an exhibition by Ryoji Ikeda. We've begun the collaboration in 2019, we're in 2025, and we continue exhibiting the work everywhere in the world. So it's really up to the others to adopt the work.
And last question for you really is, what kind of impact do you see this having for you as a company? Does it change the culture anywhere? Does it influence people to think in a different way? What?
I will give you a concrete example to answer your question, because I think it's not something you can imagine if you don't know that. One of the first artists we worked with was Robin Meyer, and because he was working on the hierarchy between insects on his commission, it had a great and important influence on the way one of the manufacturers we built was architecturally built. So the horizontal way of organizing the process of research and production was made following this project. So yes, it has an impact. Sometimes you can't really see or measure it. I think it's inspiration under all of its forms.
You said something yesterday, I'm just looking for it in my notes, about contemporary art can change one's life, and that was an important idea for you.
Yeah. It changed my life.
Yes.
So I hope for the others to be the same. Sometimes it can be just an exhibition that moves you so much that you just want to go home and write about it. Sometimes it's an artist you see and that you see, oh, I want to work with him. And I really hope that our passion translates and that it changes lives. Yeah.
Thank you, Audrey. I think the clock was set back slightly, I'm happy to see. I thought I was running over time. So in fact, there are 2 minutes if anyone has a question for Audrey. It's hard to see with the lights. Thank you.
Hi. Hi. My name's Mimi Carter, and I'm from Chihuly Studio. Thank you very much for this conversation. But I do have to ask, what's the revenue driver? How does that work, and how does funding work for these very ambitious commissions that you're doing?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the first part.
The revenue driver. How do you, as a gallery, you're a commercial entity. So how do you, if it's a co-commission and you have a commercial aspect, but the museum is a nonprofit, the nonprofit is obviously raising money for the commission. How does this benefit the gallery?
The gallery, so we are...
sorry, I assume Audemars...
No, there's no, I'm sorry, I should have actually said that in my introduction, that there is no physical space that they have.
Oh,
all the projects are produced in whatever the appropriate place is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Anyone else? Well, then it remains for me to thank Audrey very much for this conversation, and thank you.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
Okay, so we were going to have Pistoletto in conversation with Yorgos Archimandritis. Unfortunately, as Kim mentioned this morning, he's a bit unwell, so we wish him very well. This gives us a little bit more time, but we are entering quite an exciting part of the program. It's part of the symposium, as we call it, and we have the opportunity to break up in 2 teams, even though I have to say what is happening on stage now, it's going to be very exciting. We have an introduction to the Bukhara Biennale. So Gayane Umerova, Anthony Gormley, Diane are going to join us and talk to us about this in this room. At the next room, the Agora room, maybe you're familiar with it, outside on the left-hand side, just Past the bridge, right. Anyway, there'll be some people there to guide you. There is an interesting workshop taking place on art therapy, how to deal with trauma through culture and the arts. All this will take about 40 minutes, and then we will have lunch. Plenty of time to network during lunch. There's a small exclusive lunch for the people that have signed up for this taking place at the rooftop. I'm not sure if it stopped raining, whether we can go to the terrace, probably not. We'll know in about 40 minutes when the time comes for food, but if that's not possible, then we will have lunch where we had a coffee break this morning. Yeah, so we're going to convene here in 5 minutes. That the people that are staying here, please remain in your seats. The panelists will make their way to the stage now. But if anybody wants to join the workshop on trauma and art therapy, you can make your way to the Agora room. And that's it.
Sit here.
Yeah.
Where would you?
Diana and Anthony on that side, please. Thanks. We're divided.
Yeah, divided.
Good afternoon. Once a vital stop on the Silk Road, Bukhara is charting a new course, this time through contemporary art. From September 5th to November 20th this year, the city will host the inaugural Bukhara Biennial, the first major international art event of its kind in Central Asia. Commissioned by the Uzbekistan Art and Culture Development Foundation, the biennial brings together heritage and experimentation. All works will be created in the country, many in collaboration with master artisans. Staged across centuries-old madrasas and anchored in a theme of heartbreak and healing, the biennial is as much about place as it is about art. It also marks the launch of the new cultural district, a long-term initiative led by Commissioner Gayane Umerova, to revitalize Bukhara's historic core. Part of a broader master plan, the district will grow to include artist studios, a music school, a digital archive, and an exhibition space inside the restored 1920s water tower, placing culture at the heart of the city's future. And to explore this vision and its impact, we're joined by the three key figures shaping the new platform. Gayane Umerova, to my left, is the commissioner of the Bukhara Biennial and chairperson of Uzbekistan's Art and Culture Development Foundation. She is the architect of Uzbekistan's national cultural strategy and is leading several major initiatives, including the biennial and the creation of Bukhara's new cultural district. To her left is Diana Campbell, curator of the 2025 Bukhara Biennial and head of global initiatives at the Hartwig Art Foundation. She's known for site-specific projects that merge deep research with local collaboration. And finally, Anthony Gormley, internationally celebrated British sculptor whose work explores the human body in space. His participation in the biennial brings a new material dialogue between Bukhara's history and contemporary form. Welcome.
Thank you.
My first question is to you, Gayane. The Bukhara Biennial arrives at a moment of renewed cultural confidence in Central Asia. So what sets this event apart from the other biennials, not just in terms of geography, but also in terms of spirit and curatorial intent?
Thank you so much, Elena. Thank you so much for having us, to you and Achilles. It feels great to be here and to be able to talk about the Bukhara Biennial just a few months prior to the opening. So to start with, when we was exploring the idea how to revive Bukhara's spirit and to work with, at the moment, abundant architectural masterpieces of the past, abundant mosque, madrasa, caravanserai, it felt very natural, to be working with the contemporary art and to be bringing the artists from the world, but also working with the local masters, with the local artisans, because Bukhara, by figures, in Uzbekistan has the biggest amount of artisans and working in a different medias. So it felt very natural that we should create this collaboration between the world-renowned artists, of course, but also to energize the local community, to work with the local artisans, with the young artists in Uzbekistan. We have a very young generation that would be inspired by the international community coming to the country. So it felt very natural to do this project all together, but also at the same time, it was important to create a master plan of the city and of the historical city. And we quickly realized that working throughout the biennial, we can really revive the spirit of the city, bring it to the local communities. And what is so essential and special about Bukhara, there is a breed of people who are into arts. As a city of a pilgrimage, as a city that was rooted in the Silk Road, they still have this intellectual part which is rooted in the country, in the city, and it just needs to be revived with the great help of the curators and of artists.
Speaking of Uzbekistan's heritage, I think it's deeply embedded, if I understand this correctly, in this compelling title that you have given to the biennial, Recipe for Broken Hearts. What's the story behind it, Diana? And why now?
Yes, so, of course we come to new projects carrying experiences and thoughts from elsewhere. Like also Uzbekistan is a place where so many cultures were mixing across so many centuries via the Silk Roads. And sometimes when I go to look at a new culture, one of the first things you do is look at food. And I was very surprised to see that the uncontested national dish of Uzbekistan is a rice dish called plov. And I found that interesting because I wasn't normally, in desert climates, you don't normally associate that with rice. And when you start looking at this deeper, things that when people start talking to you about pilaf, pulao, paella, it actually all came from plov. But more interestingly, there is a myth that Ibn Sina, who I guess many of you in Italy know as Avicenna, the word medicine comes from him. He's the father of modern medicine. He also comes from Bukhara. The myth is that he invented plov as the recipe to cure the broken heart of a prince who could not marry the daughter of a craftsman. And everything I needed was in that sentence. One, that's wonderful that someone used their creative talents to do something to heal someone else. But there's problems with that. Like, what about the craftsman? Did he get to eat any of that plov? Today he does. What about the daughter? She's just the profession of her dad. How could we do something with the values we have in the 21st century to bring people to Uzbekistan where actually the artisan has a name? They're not just their profession. The daughter has a place where we can look at art as a form of healing in the many senses of the word. And you know, we're all going through so many types of heartbreak. You know, it's not just romantic, and it's one of the, you know, the greatest teachers that we have. And, you know, poetry, which again, like epic poetry, has a deep history in Central Asia. It reminds us of heartbreaks of the past and how we can connect across time. And the same is with recipes, right? Especially with histories of displacement. Like, you know, our grandmothers' recipes connect us to times that perhaps we can't physically touch, but we can taste.
Extending this story about, you know, this biennial being deeply rooted in local culture, you have also made a very bold choice to create all the artworks in the country. So can you tell us a little bit more about that? What has happened as a result of this unusual choice?
Sure. Well, I think the other thing is, like, I think we want to give recipes about how we can do things better. And I think there's so much money that's going into shipping things all over the world where it's not actually contributing to the creation of art and culture. And something that, I guess the core reason why I agreed and I'm very excited to be a part of this project is that the foundation has been supporting artisans for like 8 years. So or even more than that. So basically, they know who, you know, master artisans are in like kind of every corner of the country. And the kind of divides we see between the fine arts and the applied arts don't exist in Uzbekistan in the way that they exist elsewhere in the world. So, you know, Anthony has also been many, you know, it's, someone will show a plate on the wall with the same love and care as they're showing a contemporary painting. And here in this image, for example, we're seeing the Indian artist Subodh Gupta in the atelier of a master artisan who I also believe is a contemporary artist, Abdul Wahid Bukhari. And how I think that the art world doesn't deal with this divide between fine arts and applied arts very well. I think that there's a problem with that hierarchy. So here, actually, all of the works are collaborative. All of the artists, whether you're local or international, get paid the same fee. And it's not that we have the Uzbek artists in corners, they have major ambitious projects. And so I think, yeah, the Recipes for Broken Hearts is also from like an institutional and curatorial perspective. How do we stop this kind of global biennial spectacle and actually contribute to the conditions to create great art and change the way people see problematic, or in my view, problematic hierarchies?
And Anthony, did working with local materials or within traditional techniques push your practice in unexpected directions or open some new conversations? What is your experience of working in this new context of producing locally? And
well, I'm just so excited to have this opportunity in a way of learning through the culture that exists in Bukhara. I remember trying to get there in 1971. And I got north of Mazar-e-Sharif in Afghanistan, but was stopped at the border at Faizabad, trying to get to Bukhara and Samarkand. So this is a dream, really, a very old dream of mine, to go to this place that is so extraordinary because it's connected, yes, with the East-West silk trade, but also with the North-South. So there was, you know, incense coming from Saudi Arabia, coming through Bukhara. It was really the epicenter of the Eurasian, in a way, cross-cultural fertilization. And it's just so exciting that in the 21st century we can link with that extraordinary history, whether it's Sasanian, Achaemenid, Sogdian, or Alexandrian, in terms of this place that has illuminated the minds and hearts of so many people throughout world history. So what do we find when we go there? We find this architecture that is made of the very earth below the buildings. And yeah, it's exciting to me to be able to work in a context of another version of the Khoja Mosque, slightly smaller, which is well, I mean, there's half of it left. So it's a place which in some senses has only one leg left in history, but to use that as a place of where perhaps the context can become part of the content. And to go on from what Diana was saying, the difference between this Biennale and others is that the work will all be made there. It's not about already validated, already seen work coming from all over the world at great expense, at great, in a way, carbon cost, but about a dialogue of contemporary thinkers who think through making, coming together from very disparate cultures. And I'm going on Saturday, and we've been, like I worked with Diana on the Dhaka Art Summit, where I was asked, well, you've got to choose what are the local, from the local kind of palette of materials. So it was, coir, so coconut fiber, jute, mud, or bamboo. I said, I'll take bamboo. In this case, there was no choice. Take the earth itself. Anyway, it's a learning curve. I will find out more on Saturday, but we are just beginning to make a work that hopefully will be ready by September.
There's a lot of conversation about globalization of art these days, especially fairs, biennials are cited as culprits for this, but it seems that this biennial is actually doing the opposite. It's going in the opposite direction and connecting to something that's very local, particular, culturally specific. So it's apparently achieving quite the opposite effect of many others. Gayane, because of this, I'm also curious about the long-term vision for the biennial. So launching the biennial is never just about that one single event. It's about building a platform, and in this case, it's about something even broader. What is the long-term vision behind Bukhara Biennial, and what role do you see it playing in Uzbekistan's evolving cultural landscape?
So I will give like a broader maybe answer to this question. So why it's important to be, why we decided to do biennial? So we come back to the city every 2 years at least. Why it's important to do it in Bukhara? Because Bukhara is a very special city. It's historically it's a very special city, but it's also secured by the UNESCO. So we cannot really do much in the city to develop it. But then we decided, to preserve it with this beautiful art. And at the same time, it's a really part of a global vision because we inherited from our past at least 3 historical cities protected by the UNESCO. And for us, it's in a way, it's a pioneer project, but it's also like a pattern, how we can apply it to the other cities. Because here we are, as Anthony correctly said, it's a learning curve for us. It's a learning curve for our next generation, for the younger generations that is living in Uzbekistan, here with us today and seeing these changes and really are striving for the changes and would like to be a part of these changes. So it's a bigger strategy in a way that we've been working a lot with the crafts. Now we're trying to introduce contemporary art to the country. And at the same time, we're building Center for Contemporary Art, which will be launched quite soon in September, almost at the same time as Bukhara Biennial. But it also allows us to invest in our future, in the younger generation. So whichever project we're doing, in whatever city we are going, it's all about the younger generation to be present with us, to be proud of its past, and to be trying to base whichever changes we have in our roots, in our heritage.
And I'm just curious to ask, so this project is in a way connected with the educational also initiative to revive the handicrafts, to establish a system for evaluating them, to make them appealing to the younger generation, to provide some sort of context and ultimately degrees and diplomas for those who will engage in craftsmanship, design, art.
Yeah, when we were starting to work on this biennial 3 years ago, we realized that there is no master's and bachelor's degrees to be offered in Uzbekistan in the field of craft. And it was quite important for us to learn because we've seen that the curve is going down, you know, in a number of artisans. Even when you're coming from the dynasty, from this big family, you might not as well want to do it anymore, and perhaps you would like to have a more academic and classical education. So now we're working with the King's Foundation from London to really focus on education in this sphere. And from September, we will be presenting a course on traditional crafts. But also, we just introduced a course at the Westminster University in Uzbekistan, it's a branch of the London University, on creative economy. That's exactly what our president and what our country is focusing now on, bringing the creativity to the country and make the most of it.
But Gayan, can you say something about the relationship between traditional crafts and contemporary art? Because I think that you're doing
I thought you mentioned already about it, but just to go back to it, yeah, it's really important for us to bring it to the same level, and it's exactly important because, of course, we have traditional schools of art and of contemporary art, but craftsmanship was never really reaching this level of prestige in a way as artists. So for us, it's really important to kind of create this linear between the craft and the contemporary art today.
But as I understand it, that it is really important to you that there's also, as it were, a focus on and a re-energizing of art school training that, in a way, embraces the same thing. We have this long tradition of material thinking. Now let's make that available to people who want to be contemporary artists.
Exactly, and it's also about the international audience coming to Uzbekistan and learning, because there are so many traditional materials we're still using. You know, there is huge sustainability going on in the country. Like, we're still working with all these materials. There is, for the Western country or other international countries, a lot also to learn. It's the reason we are opening the school with the King's Foundation, because they also want to train their artisans, you know, their auditory and students in Uzbekistan. So it is a learning curve for us, yes.
It's the beginning of a larger dialogue and educational exchange. Talking about materials, of course, brings me to your work, because you work in physical materials like clay, and this creates certain relationships and fosters a sense of community. Could this be a model for future cross-cultural dialogue? And in what ways does this form of communication, the making, differ from the digital online interactions that we're used to normally?
I think that just our relationship with material has become commodified, just like art has become commodified, or maybe not in the same way, but in a similar way. And actually, a relationship with material is a living relationship. It is, too, in a way, the physical engagement with how substances can be manipulated, how they can be, in a way, extended, how they can be compacted, how they can be cooked. And that's what I think makes this so exciting, that this isn't an opportunity to order 50 tons of this. It's actually an opportunity to see how, what kind of straw, what kind of grass do you mix with this kind of clay? In the site that I've been given, the ground is going to be clay. And out of that, we're going to make these temporary blocks that will return to being clay and hopefully recycled in architecture later. And anyway, for me, it's about connecting with the living traditions of thinking through making through material. And every material has its own tradition, its own culture, its own language, which is partially to do with the quality of the material, but also to do with tradition. So there's another bigger question here, which is really, I think, very exciting to me. You know, when I was an art student, the idea was that art develops by revolution. You have, you know, the conceptualists who kind of turn over the abstract expressionists in the dominant hegemony of American art. But I think of art as a continuum. Art is a continual evolution. And I think there's nowhere better to make this clear than in this kind of generation, where we have such deep history of material languages evolving in time.
fascinating. Diana, you talked about the biennial in very interesting terms. The more I hear, the more I find out that almost every aspect of it is very unique. So you said that it won't peak after its opening week, but stay alive through November. There is no VIP opening, anything like that. So I'm curious, what would a successful first edition feel like by the end, and how might it evolve from there forward?
Yeah, I mean, this is a very good question, but I do, or I see, since I have to go to lots of biennials as a curator making biennials, there's this energy at the beginning and everyone's chasing the opening and then no one's thereafter. Our exhibition is happening in public space. People live there. That's also why we can't shut off an exhibition from people that are walking down those streets in their daily life. We very much want them to be a part of it. And I think because actually so many people in Bukhara are involved in making of these works, they're already involved, but it's this kind of word of mouth, bring your grandparents, bring your kid, like call in schools from Tashkent for school visits. But also I think that this biennial can be a platform for many things. So we're having an art history symposium, bringing together young scholars of Central Asia, to be able to talk about their culture from their own terms, which I think is very interesting. We're having a poetry symposium. We are having a curatorial school. We also have children's workshops, and we have chefs coming every weekend from different parts of the world to look at food in different manners. So food can be spiritual, food can be political, there's so many different aspects, or even, for example, you'll see chili peppers as talismans all over Bukhara, but chili peppers all came from the Americas. How did they get there? And also I think that with healing heartbreak or even with cooking, time is a very key ingredient. So we will also have certain chefs that are fermenting food across the whole route of the biennial that will only be unveiled in the end. We'll have process-based work. So what you see when the biennial opens is not what you will see at the end, if that makes sense, in terms of the exhibition itself. But I also hope that this welcomes repeat visits, repeat questions. It's also a biennial that it's impossible to see alone. You have to see it with someone else. So hopefully new friendships. And most importantly, I think also inspiring more people to want to become artists or to engage in art on their own terms. And I will tell you right now, there are incredible emerging Uzbek artists, many of whom have never worked with a curator before, that I'm so excited to see their works come to life. And right now we're seeing this image. So a challenge of working on an entirely commission-based exhibition with an opening date in sites that are being restored is that we will not have photography by the time the show opens. But what we do have is these are paintings by a young Bukharian illustrator named Yunus Farmanov. And so he basically is imagining all the artists' works as they will exist in these sites. And so it's also incredible to have this exchange with a young Bukharian who knows these sites like the back of his hand, but to try to explain what the artists are trying to do. So here on the left, you see a drawing, and the brief was to think of it as a dream because colors may change, details might change. But this is a mosaic piece by Marina Perez Simao, a Brazilian painter, and she's working with a mosaic master named Bakhtiar Babamurodov. And he usually is restoring ceramics in mosques, but here he's making an entirely new piece where the artist wants you to feel like you're walking on a sea of stars, inspired by the incredible astronomic achievements of Uzbekistan. Or here on the right, you see, kind of an imagination of what Antony's earth brick block figures might look like in this half-collapsed mosque site with a mountain made of spices by the Colombian artist Delcy Morelos rising in the background. So yeah, I guess a successful biennial is these ideas actually being realized and how people take them in and become a part of it.
For me, sorry to jump in, but for me the really exciting thing is that essentially the Bukhara Biennale is for Bukhara.
Yes.
I think it will be for the people of Bukhara to see their own culture in a way animated by these conversations. And that really is exciting. I mean, having participated in, again, to talk about Diana's previous experience in the Dhaka Art Summit. It was just so incredible. This was a show that was only on for 9 days, but nearly 600,000 people came, and most of them were local, whole families coming, like experiencing art that they'd never seen before, made in very familiar materials that they knew, but suddenly in different forms. And this, anyway, this is, I think, the biggest difference, that here is a Biennale that is essentially for the community in which it finds itself. So, I mean, I'm sure that Guyana is very keen for people to come and visit. But the core of this is to talk with the place and see what can grow out of the place and the culture that is already there in the place, for the place to feel itself, for Bukhara to feel itself reanimated. And this is so, I think, well, a different idea about art, that it is actually a form of acupuncture that revitalizes the body of a community.
Beautiful. Thank you. I wanted to ask a question about, because constant theme in this conversation is the relationship between past and present, and clearly Uzbekistan's craft tradition run deep, and your foundation has played a key role in keeping them alive. But they're also a springboard for reinvention, as we're seeing. How do you balance honoring the past with pushing the creative boundaries? What are your challenges?
Well, I see only a perspective. I don't really see much challenges. You know, we're doing it throughout the whole country, so we are restoring, of course, Islamic heritage that we inherited in the country, but also working now a lot with the Soviet modernism, which we just opened our pavilion in Venice. And we're trying really to be engaged in all sorts of different dynamics of the country. But I think the key message for us is really to be engaged and to bring Uzbekistan to the global conversation on contemporary art, on contemporary culture. And exactly what just beautifully said Anthony, it's very important for people of the city, of the country, to feel they're part of it, to part of this global conversation, and to really be able to respect their roots and to build on them.
Wonderful. I will extend this to ask you a couple of questions about Bukhara itself and architecture. Bukhara isn't just a setting, it's not just a city, it's a living force in its own right. It's streets, it's mahallas, it's soul. How, in your view, do they shape the character of the biennial?
Well, I think when I was working on the general concept of the biennial, I was, of course, inspired so much by Venice in a way that Bukhara is also consistent of Giardini and Arsenali. It's a mixture of things, and it's a walking distance from each of the architectural settlement. And for us, it was essential that we create a master plan. How does the city evolves with this such a big also project, as every 2 years we will be coming to the city, and the scale of it will be growing. So we started with a master plan a few years ago, and I see one of my mentors here, Irina Bolkova, who is working with us closely on this project. We also engage with a great initiative, ALIF, you know, which we just became a member of. And we're trying really to be respectful to the city as well. That's really important for us, to pay attention to the people, to be respectful to the city, but also engage in a contemporary culture of today.
Yes, that's very striking. It reminded me, while I was reading first time the description of the biennial and what you're trying to achieve, it very much reminded me of UNESCO. UNESCO will approve. It's one of the few cases where there is no intrusion into the urban and structure and monuments. And for you, Diana, since most of these artworks are staged around the city in historical monuments, can you share how specific locations were chosen and how do they function as collaborators in the exhibition narrative?
Sure. So you're seeing a few kind of sneak peeks of some of the venues, but one of the kind of first sites you'll encounter, depending on where you enter, is a suite of caravanserais. And caravanserais were kind of, like motels for the Silk Roads. Travelers from all over were passing through. One was used for tobacco trade, another was used for ceramic trade. So here, this section is very much going to be about journeys, but also heartbreak as a stop on a journey somewhere else. I should also clarify that the show is not about heartbreak. It's really about the process of moving past it. It's the transcendence that comes from that. So a lot of works, and here we have artists from all but one Central Asian country, many South Asian countries. It's also been really a pleasure. So for example, I lived in India for a long time and also in Bangladesh. The Mughal Empire came from Uzbekistan. There are so many cultural connections between South and Central Asia, and there has not been many contemporary art initiatives making these links. So you'll see a lot of those geographic and thematic links across these caravanserai sites. Then we also have a former madrasa site. But how do we learn? Sometimes we're supposed to learn from facts, but feelings are extremely important things to learn from. And so I wanted to create a space where you can learn from your feelings. And also we look now today at this field of neuroaesthetics, how beauty impacts how you feel. But Ibn Sina was thinking about that way back in the day. It didn't have the same term. So this is a place we're going to be naming the public program the House of Softness, inspired by the House of Wisdom. But how do we soften hard blows of history? How do we soften our heart after a difficult moment? But so yeah, I guess the sites carry their own history, or the mosque site or the former mosque site, which also was public housing at one point. These sites had many, many lives, which is also interesting. That site is also really about transcendence, how we come from earth, we grow, and we go back to it. And that idea, another funny etymological fact, is that the word for restaurant comes from the word to restore. So the first restaurants were in France that were providing bouillon to restore your body. And I think this is a site where we're looking at restoration of architecture, but restoration of your spiritual and social connection with the world and with other people.
Yeah. In Bukhara, every brick tells a story. So.
Yeah.
For your artwork, which is always placed in public spaces, it's always about the interaction with the audience. What role did Bukhara, its ancient character, how did that play into your creation?
Well, for me, it's extraordinary that the Aga Khan and UNESCO are in the process of restoring this building. And here we have, basically, the context is an archaeological site. They discovered a 14th century floor after digging some pits in the very place I was going to put the work. But this is really beautiful to me, that on the one hand you have excavation that is happening, that is revealing, in a way, hidden parts of the past, and at the same time that same context is the place in which you're trying to make a new proposition. And this is exactly, well, I think what makes it rich. And what do we want as artists? Well, I think we want to believe that the context is becoming part of the content. In other words, what is being what the viewer is being invited to, in a way, co-produce, which is the experience of thinking about how parts and wholes come together. I think of a brick as being a physical pixel that, in terms of hominid history, has been the unit out of which we have built the city. And we live in a time in which the city is now making us. So to think about the idea of that long history of human, you could say, cognitive evolution that has been so dependent on the city that in some way gives us shelter, but also gives us means of communication. We're living in a cyber age, where in a way the brick has become the pixel. But it's still really, really important to go back to those places in Central Asia. I passed in my journeys back and forth to India many times south of Kandahar. There is this amazing mud brick ruin, which is where Alexander the Great housed his elephants. It's still there, 2,000 and some years later. And for me, this dialogue with a place that has history that is a made history, that talks about in a way, part-whole relations, and the way in which we as a species, we don't have fur. We have brains that have, in a way, had to make up for not having the protection that the species with which we share the biosphere have. And we have made our, in a way, artificial clothing into cities, into forms of intelligent habitat. But anyway, to go back to a place that is the birthplace of these very things. I mean, I think of the whole of Central Asia, whether it's Mesopotamia or indeed any of what are now the Stans. This is a place where these primary dialogues between Earth, between the planet that supports us and human intelligence have been worked out over millennia. And at a time of mass global division and a return to dictatorship and identity politics based on, in a way, false news, the mediafication of untruth, to go back to the idea of physical thinking in a place where that has been going on for so long seems so relevant and so urgent. Sorry.
Bravo. So from history to future, I would like to close this panel by asking a final question. How could this biennial help shift global perceptions of Central Asia, from a region known for its ancient legacy to a catalyst for contemporary creativity? For you.
So, just continuing what you have said, our country was in stagnation for more than 30 years, and I think it's important to understand that we preserved so much young energy in the country, and we are just striving for the change. And we see this biennial and all the other events that are, biennial is actually the element of the bigger strategies that we hold and that we embrace. It's important for us to understand that we are also part of this global conversation, and there is a future for Uzbekistan also to stand on its roots, and to really hope for the future that we'll be embracing the culture in Uzbekistan, will be also inspiring the rest of the world, and it's really important to be bringing people in Uzbekistan to learn more about the country, but it's important what we have able to talk also on the international global platforms. So for us, it's just another opportunity to talk about our country, but also to focus all the new energies that we have in the country on culture.
Thank you very much, and I hope that everybody will visit Bukhara Biennial anytime between the 5th of September to the 20th of November, as it will be alive and happening throughout this period. And thank you very much for coming. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And I don't know about you, but I will be coming to Bukhara. So we now have leisurely lunch. We have an hour and a half to speak with each other, maybe meander through the museum. There's enough time for us to eat and see the artwork. There's also the artwork that I mentioned for the award. Stefanos is there, and he can tell you which award will be given out tonight. By the way, I see Marilena Kutsuku. Marilena is from Art Athena, and our next Art for Tomorrow event, which is Art for Tomorrow Talks, will actually take place in Athens in September, so she can tell you all about this. And I'll talk to you guys tomorrow about the next Art for Tomorrow conference. I'll keep you in suspense until then. So enjoy your lunch, and we're going to be back here in this room. If you come just after 2 o'clock, so we can start sharp with Michael Nash, filmmaker. He's working on Chasing Truth with Leonardo DiCaprio at 2:15 in this room. Thank you.
Senti quel millisecondo.
who's doing a prize about photography and sustainability? And I thought,
that if you stick to something and give it a longevity and give it a purpose for over such a long period of time, it actually means something to the rest of the world.
Mesdames et messieurs, je m'appelle Stephen Barber de Pictet Langres to hand over the name of the winner of the Prix Pictet, the first Prix Pictet, Benoit Akin. Benoit Akin.
The Prix Pictet tour, which I think has now reached 120 venues around the world, started there.
We were always very keen that the theme is not too literal. Simply said, it wouldn't be a beautiful exhibition if it was a too literal theme.
We like to have a theme which can be interpreted in many different ways, so that you get different genres of photography, you get hopeful messages, you get sometimes messages of potential despair.
Because we've been doing this for 15 years and we were the first ones who actually established such a prize, there also has to be continuity in names of the themes. So when we talk about water, growth, power, these words, they have to be strong and they also have to be surprising for the audience.
Nobody today questions the importance of sustainable thinking, the importance of environmental protection as they did 15 years ago. As one of our very early nominators said, the Prix Pictet is not art for art's sake, it's art for our sake. Who's doing a prize about photography and sustainability? And I thought, that's it.
I remember sitting in Stephen Barber's office and he said to me, we need to create a photography prize that is the Nobel Prize of Photography. So there was no problem there. Right at the very beginning when we started this, museums around the world just had no idea what sustainability was.
We did start it 15 years ago, and for us it's very important to show a generation that if you stick to something and give it a longevity and give it a purpose for over such a long period of time, it actually means something to the rest of the world.
Mesdames et messieurs, je m'appelle Stephen Barber de Pictet Langres to hand over the name of the winner of the Prix Pictet, the first Prix Pictet, Benoit Akin. Benoit Akin.
The Prix Pictet tour, which I think has now reached 120 venues around the world, started there.
We were always very keen that the theme is not too literal. Simply said, it wouldn't be a beautiful exhibition if it was a too literal theme.
We like to have a theme which can be interpreted in many different ways, so that you get different genres of photography, you get hopeful messages, you get sometimes messages of potential despair.
Because we've been doing this for 15 years and we were the first ones who actually established such a prize, there also has to be continuity in names of the themes. So when we talk about water, growth, power, these words, they have to be strong and they also have to be surprising for the audience.
Nobody today questions the importance of sustainable thinking, the importance of environmental protection as they did 15 years ago. As one of our very early nominators said, the Prix Pictet is not art for art's sake, it's art for our sake. Who's doing a prize about photography and sustainability? And I thought, that's it.
I remember sitting in Stephen Barber's office, and he'd said to me, we need to create a photography prize that is the Nobel Prize of Photography. So there was no problem there. Right at the very beginning when we started this, museums around the world just had no idea what sustainability was.
We did start it 15 years ago, and for us it's very important to show a generation that if you stick to something and give it a longevity and give it a purpose for over such a long period of time, it actually means something to the rest of the world.
Mesdames et Messieurs, je m'appelle Stephen Barber de Pictet Londres to hand over the name of the winner of the Prix Pictet, the first Prix Pictet, Benoit Akin. Benoit Akin.
The Prix Pictet tour, which I think has now reached 120 venues around the world, started there.
We were always very keen that the theme is not too literal. Simply said, it wouldn't be a beautiful exhibition if it was a too literal theme.
We like to have a theme which can be interpreted in many different ways, so that you get different genres of photography, you get hopeful messages, you get sometimes messages of potential despair.
Because we've been doing this for 15 years and we were the first ones who actually established such a prize, there also has to be continuity in names of the themes. So when we talk about water, growth, power, these words, they have to be strong and they also have to be surprising for the audience.
Nobody today questions the importance of sustainable thinking, the importance of environmental protection as they did 15 years ago. As one of our very early nominators said, the Prix Pictet is not art for art's sake, it's art for our sake.
open my.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you ate well, drank well, as I heard the champagne was flowing. I am very pleased to introduce to you Michael Nash. He's an artist and a filmmaker. You, I'm sure, have heard of his well-known film, Climate Refugees, which came out in 2010. So I knew of that work, but I was reintroduced to him by an organization called the Climate Democracy Initiative. This is through our work with the Athens Democracy Forum a few years ago, and was just blown away by what he's doing with trying to give a face to the climate crisis and to the people who are suffering the most from it. And so I'm very pleased to have him here to speak to you about some of his latest projects, and hopefully you'll understand why we're calling it a moonshot for climate refugees. So please welcome Michael Nash.
Hello. Hopefully everybody had a good lunch and didn't eat too much where you're going to be passing out through this. Climate refugees will be on the moon in 2025. Like, what does that mean? Is it part of this misinformation and disinformation world that we live in? Is it fake news? Or is it maybe just me as a storyteller trying to get your attention in this attention economy that all of us artists fight for? Well, the truth is, within the next 9 minutes, I'm going to prove to you that that statement is actually true. The climate refugees are on the moon. They've actually been there for a little bit longer than a year. To help illuminate some of the backdrop of this story that I'm going to illuminate today is this pretty much a film that we released in 2010, started shooting it in 2007. And this 3-minute and 30-second video will kind of give a backdrop to the journey of the film and why I'm here speaking today. And I want to thank Kim and everybody involved with Art for Tomorrow for inviting me here. So if we could roll the film, and then I'll speak afterwards and give you a little bit more insight on the journey and story of this.
Nash embarked on a journey across 48 countries to uncover the human face of climate change. His work culminated in the award-winning and prophetic film titled Climate Refugees, which world premiered at the 2010 Sundance Film Festival. Today, Earth's climate is shifting at a pace beyond what we once believed possible. Heat waves, rising seas, and relentless storms are reshaping our world, forcing millions to leave their homes. This is not a distant threat. It is happening now. By 2050, the United Nations estimates that up to 250 million people could be displaced by climate-related disasters. Some experts predict even higher figures, up to 1.2 billion people. This unprecedented migration means entire populations will be on the move, seeking safety and a chance to survive. Throughout history, humans have always migrated to find resources. But now, in a world of borders, millions face immense barriers as they search for food, water, and shelter. Despite the scale of this crisis, no single international law or binding framework exists to protect those forced to move by climate change. These individuals, families, children, often have no legal status and no guarantee of refuge. Their struggle is frequently invisible, slipping through the gaps in policy and global attention. From island nations vanishing beneath rising tides, to barren lands driving families into overcrowded slums, each climate refugee carries a story. Stories of loss, determination, and the fight to survive. Their voices need to be heard, and their stories compel us to act. Recently, Climate Refugees was the sole documentary film selected for inclusion in a historic lunar time capsule. This historic lunar museum was created to preserve humanity's story, told through the lens of 222 artists who lived over the past 2,000 years, iconic names like Beethoven, Rembrandt, Van Gogh, and Elvis. The selection of Climate Refugees film underscores the critical importance of this issue, placing it on the surface of the moon as a lasting testament. In addition to this historic honor, 22 pieces of art from the filmmakers' Climate Refugees Lunar Art Stamp Collection traveled with the film on the lunar mission, and is now being exhibited globally to further amplify the urgent narrative and significance of climate migration. Each piece of art is based from a person in the film that the film team met while filming. Climate Refugees is a wake-up call, casting a spotlight on the human face of climate change and the urgent demand for international action to create a legal framework. It is time to rethink the rules, to acknowledge and protect those forced to leave their homes in search of food, water, and shelter. The clock is ticking. The time to act is now. Go to climaterefugees.com to learn more.
So, about 2 years ago, I got a call from a group that was putting this time capsule together. And the idea was that they would take 222 artists over the last 2,000 years and preserve humanity's story somewhere safe in case we blew ourselves up with nuclear weapons, or a meteorite hit us, or climate change, brought us to extinction in some form or the other. And when we found out that we were the sole documentary that was invited into this, the whole film team had to pinch themselves many times. And never in our imagination of doing this film did we ever think that someday it would take a journey literally to the moon, which it's sitting on right now. But when we found that out, I asked the curation team if we could include some art within the package of the film. And they asked why. And because they were like, we have really limited space, there's only so much we can carry. And I said, well, it's a really important message why. I said, we have this art that we've created, and it's called the Climate Refugees Postage Stamp Collection. And the idea behind this has always been to get this message out to the world, to illuminate for the voiceless victims that have no voice. When we travel to these 48 countries, every time I see these images that are now sitting on the moon, it brings back the memories and just the journey and the resilience that each one of these people have. And when they found out that our real reason was we thought that we'd be able to exhibit it more around the world if it was sitting on the moon, they decided to allow the stamp collection to follow the film. And so this collection right now is being exhibited around the world to really drive home the fact that there's all of these people that had nothing to do with climate change that are being forced to relocate in search of Maslow's hierarchy: food, water, shelter. When we documented all of this 15 years ago, we thought the numbers could be 10 to 20 million. The United Nations now, which this short film showed, has the number of 250 million by 2050. There are other organizations that have this number at 1.2 billion. Look what 1 million people moving around the earth right now does to politics, to all sorts of it just creates angst. And so I guess one of the real tragedies of this journey that I've been on is when this film came out, it was embraced by heads of state. Obama had mentioned many quotes that were in the film. The Pope watched it before he created his encyclical. the past Pope. And we really thought that we were going to drive change with this film. That was the whole purpose of it. Unfortunately, the same conversation is taking place 15 years later. There's not one international law that gives protection to these climate refugees, these climate migrants. And so the hope with these stamps is that we literally exhibit this around the world, get this message back out, and then our grand hope is that we're going to have countries sign up and use these pieces of art that you're seeing right now as postage stamps. Like the idea is literally like, let's get the message in people's mouths. Let's let them lick the back of the stamp before they put it on an envelope so they understand that, you know, how dire this situation really is. So, you know, we're working on all of that right now. The other film that was kind of mentioned earlier is a film called Chasing Truth. And it's a film about AI. And hopefully, at Art of Tomorrow's 25th anniversary, 15 years from now, I can be brought back and speak about, you know, where Chasing Truth has gone. And so I've partnered, as was mentioned, with George DiCaprio and Leonardo DiCaprio. George is Leonardo's dad, and if anybody knows George, Leonardo is who he is because his father is a rock star. And so, you know, we partnered on this. We've been shooting it for over a year and really asking the question, can AI help solve some of the world's largest problems? And in doing that, can we control the other problems that AI is going to create? And it's, to be honest with you, as a storyteller and someone who, you know, tries to create films for impact, we have our hands full on this. We're almost close to wrapping up the production of it. We hope to have the film done in the next several months and have it out by 2026. But our goal, again, like with Climate Refugees or other films that have done, it's about helping people understand these really complex issues. And so, you know, maybe in the future I'll be back here and we can share that. And you know, over the last day and a half when I've gone to all these presentations, it reminds me of something that happened to me when I was 7 years old. I was in the Art Institute of Chicago, a museum, looking at this spectacular painting by George Seurat. And as anybody that knows his work, you know, it's done with dots. And as a young kid, and I walked farther back from it, this painting became alive. And this stranger came up to me. And he said, you like art, kid? And I'm like, oh, yeah. And he goes, well, you know, great art holds a mirror up to society. It holds a mirror up to society, and it makes people look at this mirror, and it holds them accountable for the good and the bad. And that stranger who, you know, was in my life for maybe 20 seconds, it reminds me of a lot of what I've seen in the last day and a half here with Art of Tomorrow. You know, this is really all about creating art that drives change and impact. And so I had the luxury of sitting next to someone at lunch who just made their first film. And, you know, it sounds like a very impactful film. And I would just share with all of you out there, especially the young minds, that if you have a vision for something, if you have a story that you want to tell, do it. Don't wait for a bunch of funding. Don't wait for someone to give you the okay with it. Just go do it, whether it's a painting, whether it's a poem, whether you're writing a song, or whether you're making a movie. Just go do it, because the world needs artists right now. If history has shown us anything, it's that in the most challenging of times, it is the artists in the community that illuminate the first light. And we're in a tailspin right now as a civilization with everything that's going on. So I would just implore all of you that are artists or art curators to look for those golden nuggets that can guide us into the art of tomorrow, because it's vital. Because many people who aren't artists are relying, not even knowing it, they're relying on us to illuminate and cast that first light that will bring us to perhaps a brighter future. So again, I thank Art for Tomorrow for having me here. I think we have time for a question or two if anybody has questions. Most people have been shy on the other panels, but any questions? No, well, I will continue. Oh, am I over? Okay, I'm over my time. Okay, that's how storytellers go. We just never really know. I'll leave you with this one thought. Everything that's kind of taking place today is about Earth, right? The planet itself, the people that live on it. What I find fascinating is the three middle letters of Earth are art. And if you take art out of Earth, you have So, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Michael. We're going to have our next panel come up very shortly, but we just have to do a little stage switch here. But it's a perfect segue because this will be about technology and how it hopefully can be used as a force for good in helping us understand biodiversity loss and also lead to impact in the ways that Michael was just talking about. So in a few moments, we're going to welcome Louis Jebb from the Art Newspaper is one of our guest moderators this time. We're very happy to have him. And we'll also have four pretty exciting speakers. So please enjoy the next panel.
Hello.
Hello.
Beatrice. Bonjour. Beatrice. Hi.
Bettina.
Oh my God. Hi, nice to meet you. What? Nice to meet you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Buongiorno Milano, grazie di tutto. It's wonderful to be here this afternoon. My name is Louis Jebb. I'm the managing editor of the Art Newspaper. And I'm honored to be here today with my colleagues Bettina Kames, Sanna Balla, Björn Christiansen, and Beatrice Colomina. And we're going to be looking at the intersection between art technology and biodiversity, facing reality that species extinction is a real challenge today. And that relationship is, as I think we're going to show, multivalent. It goes in every direction. And what I'm going to ask my colleagues to do is they're going to introduce each other themselves briefly, and then we'll come to the first question. So, Susanna, would you like to go first?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, sure. I'm an alien. No, I'm not. But I started my career in high fashion in Martin Margiela, and I think it's important to note because I realized by working in the art world and how much that I've learned in fashion can be integrated when it comes to communication, marketing, and creating interest for very serious topics like climate change. But I've delved into venture capital, climate tech investing, and now arts technology, because I think my strong belief is we need cultural change in order to save ourselves from extinction. And I'm extremely passionate about collaborating with other amazing scientists and artists who co-create a new world.
Wonderful. Bettina, would you like to go next?
Happy to. So I'm the founder, co-founder, and CEO of the LRS Art Foundation. We are an art foundation at the intersection of art and really the latest technologies and science. And we claim to be an art foundation about the future. And with that claim, with a lot of art projects that we do, sustainability, the thought about ecology and also empathy is at the core of what we do.
Wonderful. Björn, would you like to go next, please?
Sure. So I'm representing Superflex. Superflex is an artist that was created in 1993 by me, Rasmus, and Jakob, really rejecting the idea of the genius artist, the concept of the genius artist. So we trust the collective and therefore formed the collective body Superflex that then today has expanded. We talk about expanded collective, moving beyond Superflex towards what we say interspecies living.
Wonderful. And Beatriz.
I'm Beatriz Colomina. I'm originally from Spain, but I've been in New York for practically all my life. I'm professor at Princeton. I direct the PhD program. And with Mark Wigley, we have curated the exhibition here across. We can already see all these things over there. It's part of the Triennale, the We the Bacteria exhibition.
Beatriz, may I start with you? You have this wonderful exhibition that you just mentioned, We the Bacteria, here this week. And I wondered whether you would like to introduce to us the idea of interspecies work.
Yes.
And how you have bacteria working with architecture. We'd love to hear more about the show, and I hope everyone will see it.
Yes, I hope you come and see it. It's actually very much about the ideas that you want to bring into the panel, because in fact we start with the idea that the human is an ecosystem, that there are trillions, hundreds of trillions actually of microbes living inside us, and that we depend on them for our survival, for our health, for our mental health. In fact, all the diseases of our time are a consequence or are related to the microbial diversity in our gut. Anything from all the autoimmune disorders, the new forms of allergies, every form of cancer practically, Alzheimer's, autism, or you name it, and even mental disorders are related to the lack of diversity of our bacteria. So we are in a crucial moment in the sense that we are losing microbial diversity at such a speed that the scientists that we have been collaborating with for the exhibition think that this is a bigger crisis to our species than climate change. So you know how in schools of architecture, and I suppose in other fields too, we are constantly thinking about climate change. This will kill us first. It's super important that we think about this loss of microbial diversity that is, of course, also amplified with the microbial resistance, which you know very well, that now kills more people in hospitals than whatever it is that they came in with. These extremophiles that live in hospitals where the most extreme protocols of cleaning are taking place, and this is a disaster. It's disastrous for our bodies. And you know, of course, you already know that, right? I was in the taxi and coming here, and in the radio they were talking about how kids should eat the soil in the playground. And actually, one of the scientists we collaborate with, Martin Bleser, is the man that wrote the "Let Them Eat Dirt." This is very important. We understand it. What I don't think people understand yet is how much architecture has been from the very beginning involved. Very much responsible for the loss of microbial diversity. So we need to change the architecture we make. We need to make an architecture that is more related to the soil and that is not about killing bacteria like all the products in our household. So this is very much the exhibition.
Björn, if I may come to you next, I believe some of your interspecies work has been at the other end of the scale, the mammalians of the animal kingdom, including with whales. And I'd love to hear the story of Superflex and interspecies work, your recent work.
Yeah, so interspecies living, interspecies ethics, interspecies economy is, I think, much about that you also in the exhibition touched upon. For us, it began when we were invited to be expedition leader of a research ship by TBN 21 Academy in the Pacific. So we got it's one of the greatest, let's say, residencies you can have. So for 3 years, we could decide where the boat was going and why it was going somewhere. So we can invite scientists, fish behavioral experts, and so on. We decided to go to a tiny little island called Hunga Tonga, that is in Tonga, that had just been erupted. It had just erupted, a volcanic eruption. So it was a little bit like trying to get to the beginning of, let's say, life on the planet. So we We with scientists swam slowly on land and let ourselves delve into that space. Among others, also filming into a big lake that also then, with the camera, looked at extremophiles.
Yes.
Right? So, but the work was called deep sea minding. And you can probably guess why also. Back in those days, it was probably 18 or 19, the government of Tonga had just given permission to do deep sea mining. And that we can speak a lot about. But for us, the most important and our own transformation, really to understand the deep that we don't know so much about, was to jump in and try to learn and experience and listen to those clients, as we call them now, that are living in the sea, so that we could be able to transform our both sculpture material, but also our built environments. So we believe in that you listen, you learn, and then you cultivate. We had fish behavioral experts that pointed us towards a little tiny algae called coralline algae that coral polyps. Those who built that amazing infrastructure, the coral reefs, were very attracted to. So that became, a fascination then with pink. As an artist, it's quite nice if someone just gives you a color. So nature or the sea says, just use pink as a communication. And that's quite nice. It's absurd to some degree, but nevertheless, it stands out in those places where it is. So diving in, learning, cultivating, and transforming us, which it really, really did. So we, in the studio, we believe in interspecies living and that the best idea might come from a fish.
And that the important thing is to put yourself in somebody else's element, as something you've mentioned before, this idea of you've got to be invulnerable in some way with other species.
Absolutely, this is the most important, for every context. I may not like to speak here, but I take that on me because it's important, someone wants to listen, and I have to take that responsibility also. But for example, if you want to learn about the other, which we as humans in our imaginary powers can, then you of course also need to dive in. And I had my own revelation with swimming with big whales, a mother and her calf, and I looked at that baby whale, and then I thought, for some reason he looked at me or she, and then I was turning around, and it did exactly the same. So that transformed me. And actually, I don't know exactly if that's what happened, but it was documented by Francesca Habsburg in my imagination and in my story, and I'm quite sure it did happen. But it was so overwhelming that that is how I personally transformed.
Yeah.
And then that is now that my daughter is then fan of whales, and she will be the next one jumping in, right? So.
Beautiful. Susanna, may I turn to you now? A lot of your work with Genesis 3.0 has been with organizational structures inspired by nature. So I wondered if you could bring the conversation to how we as humans and as people who run business, run organizations, can learn from nature.
Yeah, so basically, one of my main inspiration was Marcus du Sautoy's work. He's a mathematician at Oxford University, Simonet Professor of Science. And I watched one of his documentaries when I was still a climate tech investor. And I was blown away why no one speaks about this guy and why in the mainstream media, if you're not a nerdy scientist. And then I started to think about how we can actually connect other designers, scientists, artists, technologists, and build a business model replicated on nature, interconnected mycelium networks, how I started to connect cultural institutions, scientists, artists for 3 years, which is a long time in venture capital sense. It's not a long time in the creative industry. And basically, I think what we really want to achieve is like having a very strong narrative, which is we're not separated from nature, we are technology, but how we can actually solve cultural institutional funding problems, how we can fund cultural productions differently, how we can make 10x investments in arts and technology, how we can change the patronage and the sort of tax write-off models in the art world, and forge collaborations, because I truly believe that without innovating and inventing new business models, many museums will be closed, fact. I think we have societal problems, climate change, and it's going to get worse ultimately, and how we we can use culture and these interconnected mycelium network of connections that we've been forging to practically solve cultural funding problems. Instead of, I tell you a concrete example so people understand what I'm talking about. Instead of creating one artwork and sell that one artwork, how one artwork can become performance, like Iris van Herpen dress can become a digital art piece, how that dress can become part of a game that Jakob Steensen designs, and it's like this interconnected ecosystem can weave to multi-revenue streams ultimately. And it's all, whoever is studying nature and understands how nature is so interconnected and ecosystematic, I think we need to learn from this ecosystem approach, us humans, and yeah, that's the story here.
And I wondered if I could ask you, and then the rest of the panel, for concrete examples. I wonder whether, I mean, is it too much to say the blockchain is, you know, an embodiment of the mycelium connecting trees? But if we could all, I'd love to hear everybody's opinion on that. Are there any concrete examples?
No, I mean, it's true. For instance, like but concretely, if you're zooming into a DNA, or if you're zooming into a Bitcoin block, or a leaf, it's the same mathematical shapes and forms, connects all of us. And blockchain as a whole, I'm not going into details of the proof of stake or proof of work, but let's say proof of work is a replica of how mycelium networks are interconnected, the nodes. And so that's when I start to see, because I work with emerging technologies and blockchain and all these amazing scientists that I'm learning from and biologists, like, for me it became evident to how we can shape and make the invisible visible to other people who are not biologists and scientists at Oxford University, and how we can solve cultural funding issues. No one likes to talk about it in our world. I love talking about money because I think it's so important. You know, I don't know. If you're not solving the funding of culture, we're in problems. And I think what I like about these gatherings, and I go very few speaking engagements because I like doing things. And if we do a little bit of collaboration each and every event we go and talk about how we can solve things, I think in this room probably we could solve so many things together.
Certainly. And Bettina, we were talking earlier, you mentioned a self-governing forest.
Oh, yes.
I wondered if you could share that story, because I think it's a very interesting example.
We have a project, or we nurtured a project within LAS called TerZero. It was one of the very first artist projects when blockchain came up, so a couple of years ago, 6-7 years ago. It's a great concept, but what we did in the past years is that we, with a group of lawyers and tax accountants, we wanted to bring this concept into reality. And the basic concept is a self-governing forest on the blockchain. We just received the green light from the German financial authority for this concept. So now we really want to plant this forest. So it's a really step-by-step approach over a couple of years. And if there's time, I just want to quickly respond also to what Susanna said. I think, as we know, there is an urgency for funding in Germany, in Europe, across the board. Within LAS, we strongly believe in artists as agents for innovation. And I think at this intersection of art and technology, there's a huge potential, not only to show that art can benefit the greater good, but actually that their artists can be entrepreneurs, artists can be innovators. And especially in Europe, there's a huge potential. There's one leading field in Europe where we are really worldwide leading, and it's the culture, it's the creative field. And I think that we need to nurture, and this potential we need to unfold, and especially at this intersection of art and technology.
100%.
Wonderful. And if we could move on to this question of empathy that we touched on. You've spoken before about the importance of how empathy can be achieved through art. And I wondered if you could maybe talk to us about some of the exhibitions you've had at LAS recently, where this has been personified.
Absolutely. I think it's at the core of nearly every project that we do. And for a very important reason, when you look here at the screen, sometimes you see an image of a garden. It's an artist project by the artist Daisy Ginsberg called Pollinator Pathmaker. And basically, it's an artwork, and at the core is an algorithm, and the algorithm designs a garden for pollinators, not for humans, which is very important, leaving this kind of human-centric perspective. And we planted this artwork in the front of the Museum of Natural History in Berlin as a start. And by the process of planting, and we did it with students in different communities, it creates empathy, because you're planting, you're nurturing this garden for pollinators, not for humans. We expanded this project as a public campaign all over the city of Berlin. We have now 20 pollinator gardens. It's the largest artwork in Berlin. And also the algorithm is extended to the United States. It becomes a global art project. The beauty of it is that the Museum of Natural History and our foundation, we also conducted a study to prove the impact of this artwork in terms of biodiversity. So to give you one example, like this artwork in front of the museum in the heart of Berlin, and it was just pure grass. We have now in the heart of Berlin over 100 bees, different species of bees, and 80% have never been there before. It's really incredible. And it also cross-pollinated other gardens in the city of Berlin, and so it's an artwork. It has a real impact, and you can prove it scientifically. And to finish this off, Daisy got now a grant by the British government of over £1 million to plant now pollinator gardens / artworks in Cornwall. So this project continues in Germany, in Great Britain, hopefully in the United States, and has a real impact.
Beautiful. Beatrice, may I come back to you? We come back to environment, your métier, architecture, environment. If you'd like to tell us a little more about empathy with nature in the urban environment.
Yes, of course. I mean, even in the title of our exhibition, we have empathy. Now, we, the bacteria, of course, we have in our culture this incredibly antagonistic relation to bacteria. There is a big installation in the exhibition with all the arsenal, all the weapons that any Italian household, you can find them in any supermarket, used to kill bacteria, right? So this idea of killing this and killing that and killing the other thing is finally killing us. So we have to empathize with these microorganisms that we are dependent on, that have been with us for 4 billion years, and we are just a recent arrival and so stupid that we may be very well on our way out. And these microorganisms created the biosphere, created the oxygen, created the rocks in which we are living, they created the biosphere. So we have to empathize with them. Of course, architecture is all about separation, separation from other humans, separation from other species, separation from the soil, separation from this, separation from that. We are arguing precisely in a kind of manifesto in the exhibition for an architecture of entanglement with other species, precisely, but also taking account of this that we cannot even see, these very little microbes. For example, if you think about Andrés Jaque, who has this Trans-Species Palace installation here, but he also did this little school in Madrid, for school for little kids, right, in which he uses materials that attract birds and insects, and this is exposing little kids also to the idea that we are not against all these creatures, that we depend on them, that we collaborate with them, and so this is our position in terms of empathy. Thank you.
Beautiful. And Björn, if I may come to you, the question of urban spaces has been something that Superflex have worked with a lot. And I wondered whether you'd like to address that, some of your experiments in that area.
Yes, there are several paths to take on that journey. I think maybe one of the paths could be that we now talk about art as infrastructure.
Yeah.
So I think that's I think a little bit the next level also in terms of yes, we need to think of both back in time, how art has been used throughout time, and fast forwarded to that we believe that today art is and should be in the forefront of making infrastructures at every possible level. Because in our opinion, art is life and life is art. Yeah. So it's in the social structures, it's in the hospital system, it's in actual landscape making, where art has a crucial role to play. And I think much like the human will be good also sometimes to step aside and let other species, for example, flourish and express themselves. Equally, those who have the terms of being professionals within certain fields could also step a bit aside and then have others, and from a more artistic perspective, maybe then develop master plans for streets, for how we move, how we engage, and so on, because that is also ethics, but it's also a responsibility that we as artists also have to enforce and insist on. So for example, so that is art as infrastructure. And with that, we have a big project called Super Reef. It responds to that Denmark is completely flat. So we have removed all stones from seabed. That means obviously that as we've taken all the homes away from fish and any organism in the sea, that is now when you see ocean death around Denmark. So we launched a plan, a big Gesamtkunstwerk, a big total artwork of rebuilding 55 square kilometers of stone reef. Together with citizens in Denmark. That is the expanded collective then. And we've also decided very much then to look at the child as the new urbanist. So moving towards that, a child is slowly growing with change. So maybe we should again also flip around the power relations and start listening to their opinions on almost everything, because they have imaginary powers like we also have, but maybe a little more motivated to also think change, and because their perspective changes with growing.
On that question of a change of perspective, Susanna, if I may come back to you, we've been discussing how nature is collaborative, networked, intelligent, and I believe that one of the things that most concerns you is how nature can provide us with a new business model maybe for how art can survive in the future, the art world, and I'd love to hear your take on that.
Well, it really is going back to the, for instance, I like concrete examples because sometimes I speak and in the art world people are looking at me as like I'm a little alien because I speak startup language. No, but for instance, we're working with an artist, his name is Gabriel Massan, and we have a 3-phase approach. We're funding a residency, and I'm partnered up with his galleries. So we're working with institutions and galleries, like the whole commercialization of funding art from the get-go. Okay. Funding the residency, doing cultural production, and we're already making sales, phase 1, because instead of just Gabriel creating one statue or one piece of video, we're bringing in 6 other collaborators, taking it to fashion. We have a fashion collaboration, all biodegradable clothes, earth-friendly. We have a sand collaboration, olfactory component. We have a sound artist. So we build a whole world. That's world building for me. Brand building in marketing language, but world building in an art sense. And if you create this multi-revenue stream, really robust, beautiful worlds that also forges other artists, like a sand artist to collaborate with an olfactory artist, you create miniature worlds. And the miniature world can become also a standalone startup, and you can license the IP, which is how Hollywood makes money, the Disney model, or, you know, what I'm talking about already exists in other industries, but in the art world hasn't. And I was like, massive market gap in my language. And I think what Bettina mentioned, 100% agree, that there's an enormous potential when you start to build art and technology and science, and build these intersection that creates new outputs. And I think that's it. And of course, working with amazing Iris van Herpen to Jacob, Marcus, they're all amazing world builders, but in different industries. When you bring them together, they create an opera. instead of just a song.
And I think one of the powerful things about Gabriel Massin's project as a world builder is how his determination when working with Serpentine to make smart contracts work for the entire chain of people involved in building the game. This idea of feeding the whole network, the ethos of that. And it also, I think, reminds us of how cutting-edge technology can capture so much of this. So if you think of Holly Herndon and Matt Dryhurst last year creating a data trust for the first time with a community of people. And if you think of Rafiq Anadol having all those school children coming to see the large nature model. And the key thing there is we have a large model looking people to empathize with nature.
He has a massive, beautiful project in Brazil, actually, where I'm living now, and with the indigenous tribe, and they raised, I think it's over $4 million, but they're building the first museum in the Amazon with indigenous people for indigenous people, and it's amazing because it become possible with digital art, and like these nodes, how they intersect. Or another project, which is, I find it mind-blowing how many amazing technologists are hiding in art costume operator. They invented the technology that allows choreography pieces to become digital art pieces. They couldn't find investors, they had to fund it themselves. And now the Parisian Ballet House licensing their IP, and all these nodes are interconnected. And this longevity project like Daisy's project, and it's beautiful, because it can go on for years in a regenerative, never-ending manner, like the Fibonacci sequence.
Beatrice, if I would bring you in again on this idea of interconnecting nodes, if there's anything you'd like to share with us in conclusion before we go to questions, coming back to our exhibition, about what we've learned about the interconnection today of art, technology, and biodiversity.
We have learned a lot, I think, in this great conversation and also in this great exhibition. And I will return to my song that we have to learn a lot from micros, that micros actually create beautiful patterns, cities, and they do this precisely when they notice, they sense the scarcity of resources. So the opposite of humans, that we build cities and great structures when we have an abundance of resources. When they sense the scarcity, they collaborate among themselves, something that we also don't do that well, and they create these beautiful patterns that we all admire as a kind of work of art. Okay, so we should learn from the intelligence of these little creatures and apply in a way to architecture. So an architecture more collaborative, more open to other species, more entangled, as you say.
Now, I'm glad to say we have 6 minutes now for questions, and would like to open up the session to the floor. Does anyone have any questions for our 4 panelists? Please join us.
There's one.
Do we have a mic? Just coming. Thank you.
Thank you for your very insightful inputs. I was thinking, for me as an artist who works with technology, I often grapple with the problems that are embedded in using technology. And I want to pose the question to you regarding 2 things. Of course, the environmental issues that are interconnected with using technologies. We're aware now of AI and the amount of energy that uses and data servers and these kinds of things. I'm wondering how, on the one hand, you grapple with dealing with technology and the negative impact that it has on the environment, but also the political biases that are also built into technologies, everything starting from a camera to the internet to AI. How do you kind of address or deal with those particular issues in your work?
For me.
Tina, would you like to?
Happy to. Very good questions. I think from LRS side, we want to create a platform, and we work with big tech, we work with small tech. We want to really be Switzerland in a way to create this kind of platform for discussion. And I think in terms of the energy consumption and all of this discussion, we took the stand that we say we really want to go towards innovation. We want to nurture projects like Daisies that is really about creating an impact. We have others that we nurture on LAS side. So I think for us, that's the route we took, really to go for innovation. And I think also, I've just been to a panel on the Venice Biennale just this weekend. It was an interesting discussion, very heated debate exactly about this topic. One of the key opponents was Benjamin Bratton. And, but he made, even though he put wrong numbers, I think, in the presentation, he wanted to make a point that I think AI and data training is very much connected to energy, obviously, and how we, in our energy problem, especially in Europe, and we have a huge energy problem. Until we don't solve this, I think any debate around data training, AI, is very superficial, at least in my opinion.
Thank you. Bjorn, would you like to?
Can I add something?
Oh, yeah, please, sir.
Because it's connected to why I'm in Brazil. So basically, one of the key things that we wanted to solve also, we killed one startup, by the way, that I met Bettina about. It was an NFT marketplace on Bitcoin. We couldn't solve the carbon neutral fact, and we killed it. The second one, we're working with reforestation projects and heavily personal obsession and passion. How do we globally create reforestation principles as a mandate? Because it needs to be a mandate, but how do you get there that you influence policies and influence politicians to change anything is through culture, right? And so we're working with a couple of, Sebastião Salgado, he's a friend of ours, an amazing photographer, has a beautiful nonprofit in Brazil with his wife. They reforested over 1 million trees. And the University of Sao Paulo has an amazing process. How do you reforestation at large scale? So if you connect these nodes to your cultural production, that's regenerative model also. Like, I'm not just creating exhibition for the sake of beautiful exhibition about nature. It has a cause and effect of we are funding and supporting reforestation projects, for instance.
Just a short one. I would say that every footprint that a human makes takes away resources from someone else, from nature. Also, any artistic expression that you choose, being it a data-driven, a sculpture taking virgin material out, and so on and so forth. So as an artistic expression, you are also to consider what you're doing, why you're doing it, the consequences of your actions, also into the context you're presenting your work. So it's a whole stream of considerations by each individual, from an artistic perspective, from every one of us in here, coming here, going here, and so on and so on. So I think, but you should not be necessarily stop, but you should consider much of these in your expressions as an artist or scientist or wherever you might be, right?
Exactly, we all have to make choices, right? I mean, we were all in, or many of us were in the Biennale of Venice. Where is everybody coming from? A huge crowd of people coming from all over the world, and we are talking about zero impact. No, it's a huge impact, right? So every time we go to a place, every time we take a plane, every time. So these are not just related to art and technology, but the entire decisions that we make on an everyday basis. I was very struck, I must say, by a panel that I saw yesterday in the exhibition of Norman Foster downstairs that puts the number of deaths by different kinds of energy. And it's extraordinary because you see this amount of death from coal, this amount of death from gas, this amount of, and then you go to nuclear, it's like almost nothing. So reconsidering nuclear energy, which I know it has a terrible reputation since the 70s, since the great disasters, but we need to reconsider it in this moment.
That's a wonderfully integrated question and discussion to end on this topic. And so I would like to thank Bettina, Susanna, Björn, and Beatrice very much.
Very nice to meet you.
Mucho.
¿De dónde eres?
We've met before.
Yes, in the TV21, no?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Open.
Thanks very much. Fascinating session. And now we have our final panel of the daytime, at least. Then we'll move on to cultural tours. So I'd love to call to the stage my good friend and collaborator, Roz Sulkas, along with the eternally innovative artist, David Salle.
Okay.
Thank you. Do you want to give us the... I might. Yeah, thank you.
Are we live?
We're just getting,
Yes,
I think we are.
Like I'm sitting on a microphone.
It's just water to, all right. Hello again, everyone. I'm here, as Kim said, with David Salle, the eminent and important painter, photographer, set and costume designer, film director, and writer, but principally and passionately painter. Since the late 1970s, David has been working on paintings that offer meticulously crafted, surreal juxtapositions, colliding art history references with a mashup of popular culture sources like magazines, advertisements, cartoons, and comics, to produce works of distinctive originality and great verve. As one writer described his work, they are snippets and snapshots that, like fragments of forensic evidence, I like that particularly, suggest a story without giving away the game. But very recently, David has turned to another source, and that's what we're going to talk about today, artificial intelligence. For the past 2 years, he has been developing and using an AI program to create new work. And so I'm going to start by asking you, David, about a phrase you used when we spoke at your studio in New York, where you said you've long fantasized about an idea of unmoored space, and that you recognize that AI might provide this. Can you talk about that a little bit for us before we get into the mechanics?
We need to go back a few decades, several decades. There is a sort of inherent contradiction at the core of some aspect of Western painting, which is that our orientation to painting is fundamentally rectilinear. It's vertical, horizontal. Paintings are vertical, the earth is horizontal. And that orientation actually is the foundation of so much of the way we orient ourselves when we look at a picture, because representational painting is an illusion of creating the illusion of depth and space, but even non-representational painting still has a kind of analogy of space and
an orientation,
and one projects oneself into a space, but always with this kind of horizontal, vertical axis that is like something to hold on to. I'm certainly not the first one or the only one, but at the same time that this has been developing for 600 years, there's been a desire, some artists have had a desire to conceive of space in a very different way, in a more fluid, malleable, multifaceted way. Then you can see this throughout, certainly for the 20th century, if not before. I mean, what is Cubism if not the attempt to render multiple views simultaneously, take the idea of the simultaneity of time and space and make some sort of pictorial equivalence. At the same time that I've always been oriented toward the vertical canvas, I've had some idea of a space that is more like the space of choreography, actually, coincidentally enough, where bodies move through space-time in a way that's less about the perpendicularity of painting. But I had this idea without being able to do much about it until a friend introduced me to the way that a computer transposes imagery into spatial coordinates, which could be, in the right hands, fundamentally different. So in terms of development in my work, it feels new, is new, literally, and yet it's the appearance, the physical appearance of something which I've been fantasizing about for a long time.
Been seeking for a long time, yes. How did you begin?
So it doesn't really matter how I got introduced to the technology, but I met an young engineer, technologist, who was interested in developing a program specifically for the visual arts that did not rely on verbal prompts. And he began showing me what the machine could do, and I started analyzing. Let's go back up. The starting point was simply trying to address the question, why was all the AI-generated art that I saw terrible?
So bad.
Because it's all terrible. Well, what's so terrible about it? What was it that the machine was missing?
What did the machine not know?
What was it that had failed to understand?
Mm-hmm.
And of course, the people who built this neural network had no interest in the visual arts and no understanding of how information passes from one frame of reference to another. The conventions by which that is accomplished, developed over hundreds of years, something that simply wasn't part of their training model. So we had to start from scratch. What does the machine not understand? Number one. Number two, how do we get it to understand the world the way a painter looks at the world? So we could go to some slides. Let's see if that works. Oh, this first one, okay. So the first image is working with a training model for the artificial intelligence based on a very select group of images that I put together from artists of early 20th century to illustrate certain principles of how an image is broken down into patterns of lights and darks, et cetera, et cetera. So this first image.
Perspective, I presume.
Sorry?
Perspective, volume, that kind of thing.
Yeah, to kind of, what are the pictorial conventions by which imagery is broken down? So the first image I'm showing is after about a year, it was a long process of honing the training model, still, at this point, still using verbal prompts. The machine made an image this is the first image that seemed interesting in its own right. It was almost like something that might have been, made by Picabia or some artist of a kind of deliberately perverse bent, quasi-surrealist, quasi-whatever, without a label to it. But it was interesting, compelling enough to want to go forward, but still not art in its own right yet. Mm-hmm. So the essential thing that the machine did not understand, I determined, was it did not know what an edge is in painting. Because an edge, if you think about it, where two forms come together, forms an edge, it's simple enough, everyone knows what it means. But in painting, how that edge is expressed, it can be at the heart of someone's style. If you think about, let's say, an edge in Matisse, or an edge in Alex Katz, or an edge in Picasso, or an edge in whoever's work, Cecily Brown, for example. Each one of those edges has a very different character, and that character expresses the intent to a certain degree of the artist. It has an intentionality, it has a consciousness, and that forms the thing that we call style. So how to teach a machine which has no consciousness really, the process of transposing a simple physical fact into an expressive mark.
Because for the machine, it's all pixels, isn't it?
Right. So, yes, thank you. In the machine translation from the world to the screen, everything is a pixel, and all pixels are essentially equal. It's just another pixel, a pixel of different color. And not only that, but the machine, because it is fundamentally an averaging device that averages what it has taken
Any
in.
image that it's, yeah.
In the interest of trying to predict the next move. It's essentially, it's an averaging / predictive mechanism. So it's always trying to guess the next move. Ergo, it kind of guesses wrong. It guesses wide of the mark, because maybe it's this, maybe it's not, maybe it's that, doesn't really know. So it's not only is it a pixel, but it's also vague. And vagueness has no place in painting. There's no real place in art. So we tried to find a way to impart consciousness of where there is an edge, there is an intention, and that intention is expressed with a mark.
So I liked your phrase that you used, that you sent the machine to art school. So just tell us quickly, what was the curriculum?
Okay, so yeah. I realized the machine had to be sent to art school, a very crash course art school. We didn't have 4 years to waste.
Art intensive.
So I taught the machine the things that I had been taught as a child by my first art teacher. Value pattern, how to create a sense of volume using value pattern, spatial organization, perspective. It sort of understood that, but not really. But most importantly, this idea of what is that a mark or a line is also a shape. And a shape also has a character, which has an expressive quality.
And you taught it this by feeding it paintings?
I taught it by giving examples, the way you would teach a person. Say, look at this. And it actually is a very good student when you're very specific about what it should look at. Let's see, so there's another piece to this, which is, after watching how the machine worked, it essentially scans whatever it's looking at for similarity and dissimilarity. It scans for similarity and links those similarities into statistical probabilities. I thought maybe what would be appropriate is to find an image that is more scannable than not. And that, I mean, again, this is someone I'm not a technologist in the slightest. I don't know if this is even accurate, but to me that meant something which was already fragmented into coherent shapes. I had made this painting in 1999, which is itself based on a 19th century opera backdrop. I mean, it doesn't really matter what the painting is, but the way the painting is constructed is by these interlocking puzzle piece-like discrete shapes of different colors. I feel like there's feedback. I don't know if it's annoying to the audience. When I painted that painting, it made me think of another painter's work, the group of paintings that Andy Warhol made that were unknown until after his death. They were just camouflage, the patterns of camouflage themselves, in which Andy was able to highlight his very serious gifts as a colorist. And what I mean by colorist is someone who can make color harmonies in a way which is analogous to a musical chord. It's not so much that we like that shade of pink or we like that shade of blue. It's that the concordance of all of these specifically chosen colors all together creates a harmony which works on the emotions in very much the way musical harmony does. So that became a little flash of inspiration that these color harmonies could be applied to this puzzle piece-like breakdown of pictorial reality. And the result was this series of paintings from 2001 called the Pastorals, in which you see the romantic image of the couple in a landscape with the water in the foreground and mountains in the background and trees and so forth. That image is intact at the same time that it's broken down into component parts, in addition to which auxiliary images are incorporated either as insets or as overpainting. Does that make sense?
Yes.
All right, so another example of these pastoral paintings from about 25 years ago. You can see the different palettes appropriated from Andy's work. So this was starting point A, at which point the observation that the machine was lacking in its understanding of edges kicked in. So this was training model number 2. These are paintings from 4 or 5 years ago, in which the forms are rendered with direct brush strokes, very kind of direct painting. The form is depicted very efficiently and without a lot of fuss involved. So that's the kind of example that we were trying to teach the machine. If you could understand the way those two forms come together to make that edge, then we're getting somewhere. This is an example of what the machine produced after the second round of training. That finally we're seeing that malleable, almost unmoored, fractured space. It's the same. You can see the DNA of the original pastoral image is still intact to a certain extent, but things are misplaced or displaced or simply repositioned according to some logic which the machine is executing on its own, which frankly is not very well understood. But it provides what for me was a very fertile access point to this more malleable space, which I had been looking for in my mind's eye for decades. And it invited yet another intervention. This is still, at this point, it's still not art yet in my terms. So this is another example. I mean, pretty interesting, but still not something I would think is a complete experience. So that background became that painting.
So really, I mean, we talked about this a bit.
Yeah.
You're using the AI in the way that Cunningham used the I Ching. I mean, which I mentioned. The way that Merce Cunningham, the choreographer Merce Cunningham, for example, might have used the I Ching as a freeing mechanism from your own parameters or unconscious inclinations.
The overriding impulse here is not so much to make thing A versus thing B, it's to get outside the confines of one's own head. And as Merce and other artists used chance operations, as it was then known, whether it was from the I Ching or just from some other privately devised system, the reason to do that was not out of some sort of misplaced tourism. It was simply to not be confined by what you already know. So what's one way to do that is to give the decision-making process over to something out of your hands.
Yes, that doesn't have presuppositions or
because every choice comes with a history and taste and so forth. Yeah, okay. So next slide. This isn't just another example. So this is a finished artwork where images that are recognizable are painted on top of the backgrounds that were produced by the machine, and the feeling is one of a dialogue between the two levels of pictorial interpretation. It's as if the overpainted images are emerging out of the background, or in some cases submerging back into the background. This is another recent painting where there's almost a complete merging of the two, or actually more than two, ways of rendering an image, which reaches a kind of a loftiness, there's a kind of buoyancy to the work, which I like. And there, some of them, the distortions that the AI created are left more or less intact, and some of them are more or less disappeared into the final painting.
But I think it's important to say that all of this is meticulously painted by you over which may not be entirely clear. But
yeah, I mean, it doesn't necessarily matter. I mean, all that matters is the end result. But it's this is like a tautology. If you're a painter, every square inch of the painting is something that is considered. So even if it's, this one thing was, when I was a student, it was very hard to get your mind around this idea of how chance operations can work with being a conscious artist at the same time. It's not that you're really giving up another palette of things from which to choose.
There's a lot of apprehension about artificial intelligence, and people are afraid of a kind of takeover. But the way you're talking about it here suggests that it's a tool, and I think you or someone else, maybe this is from your book, that photography was thought to herald the death of painting when it arrived, and yet it became a tool for people like Degas to use. I mean, do you think that's the same for artificial intelligence, or are there actually more anxiety-inducing kind of implications?
Well, I'm certainly aware of there's a tremendous anxiety about AI in society generally. I think in some walks of life, in some creative professions, it's, I'm sure, a very real concern, a very real worry. The way that I'm using it is, I think the way, practically speaking, one has to, I mean, to make anything, one has to have an idea of what you're looking for, what you want to see, and either the machine is going to help you achieve that or not, and if not, then forget about it. In my way of working, it is so clearly a tool, a very extremely useful tool, and one that I'm quite grateful for. Came along just at the right moment. There's also a thing of, in life, the thing that you really need sort of appears when you really need it. Maybe I didn't really need it before, but or now I'm ready to use it. All that being said, it's so completely under my control. It only knows what I have taught it.
What you have taught it.
It's really a student of mine who I have tricked into contributing something. The machine, I really think artificial intelligence, as it pertains to the visual art of painting, is a misnomer. It's more artificial unintelligence. It really has no idea what it's doing. That is totally its value. Its value is precisely in that it doesn't know what rules it's breaking. It simply doesn't know, well, it doesn't know anything. It doesn't know, it doesn't know, period. It's a replicating device plus distortion. Now that might sound easy, well, you can just do it yourself. It turns out that distortion on that level is very difficult to do. One could do it, but it would take a very long time. You'd have to make hundreds and thousands of tests to arrive at what is a useful distortion where the machine can do it instantly, or in a matter of minutes. it is truly a labor-saving device, that like just any other power tool. It's now, down the road, will the machine really acquire taste and consciousness and intentionality? Possibly. I don't know. I'm not a technologist. I doubt it. For it to replace a painter specifically would require a partnership with advanced robotics. As far as I know, robotics is nowhere near at the point to replicate the human hand, although that could happen. If and when it happens, we'll worry about it at the time. In the foreseeable future, the worry of its replacing the intention of the artist, I think, is misplaced.
But now that the machine is trained, so to speak, to produce the kind of work that is useful to you, will it go on getting better at that? Or is it only getting better at reproducing what you need?
Well, the answer to that, Roz, is a little bit complicated, because it could get better, but not be less useful. What better means is, will I be able to respond to it in a way which is useful to me personally?
Yes.
The machine could get better, but actually be getting worse.
For you?
Well, yeah, because it has to, first of all, it has to move me in some way. So it might be evolving, but to what end is it's unlikely to be an improvement. It's doing exactly what I want it to do right now. I don't really want it to do more. If it does more, I'll decide when I see that. It could do something different, which might be interesting. It's really important to, I don't know how to put it conceptually, that the machine is not making art. The machine is creating a condition to which I respond, which, on a good day, results in art.
I want to leave just a couple of minutes for questions, because I'm sure there will be some, but I just want to ask whether there's interest in AI among your peers, your fellow painters, or
none.
Not? Really, none?
Hostility.
Interesting, yeah.
No one's expressed the slightest interest in getting in on the game.
I wondered.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, they don't need it, apparently. I mean, I'm older than they are, so maybe when they're my age, they'll get to it. But no, it's something that, as I tried to express it at the beginning of the talk, it comes along at a time and fills a certain almost fantasy that I've had for a long time, which is very particular to me.
You.
And I don't think anyone else would even have been interested. The fact that I was able to make something out of it is a result of both the accident of timing and also the fact that this was on my mind for decades. But it doesn't really have implications for painting in a broader sense. I'm skeptical about that, frankly.
We have 2 minutes for questions, if anyone would like to ask those.
Not a single question.
Yes? I think, hang on one sec, someone's going to bring a mic.
Hello. I would like to ask if there is a point where using the art, using the AI as a tool becomes depending on AI as depending on AI, period. You're not using it, but you are depending on it.
Did you understand?
Is there a point at which you could become dependent on the AI as a tool? Oh, it's not just, yeah.
Well, everything is a tool. I mean, it's like saying, could you become dependent on paintbrushes? I mean, painting, let's be realistic. Painting is a physical act. The painting happens at the end of a paintbrush. It is not a conceptual phenomenon. It is 9/10 physical phenomena. I've become very dependent on paintbrushes. I actually can't paint without them. Is that a problem? I think the question is just, it answers itself. If, I'm dependent on coffee. I mean, couldn't get here without the coffee that we had at lunch. Should I regret that? I don't know. I mean, to me, that's one of those worrying responses that if you used it, you wouldn't be worried about it. Just use it. Fine. If you're dependent on it, fine. Say it again?
Well, let me ask the question another way, which is something I wanted to ask, which is, do you think this is a tool you will go on using long term?
I think I won't make any predictions. I'll go on using it as long as it's interesting.
Mm-hmm. As long as it's feeding something.
I think that if you look at my work as a whole over 45 years, it's involved in lots of different things, and has changed a lot over time, but it has pretty consistently been a kind of setting up something so that I can then respond to it. And the response is built into the construction from the beginning. It's easy to see it in real life. It's hard to describe it. But in that regard, this is simply another encounter that I have set up for myself in a way to trick myself into a different response pattern. If it becomes predictable, then, get rid of it. There are other things in life that do that. I guess the idea of dependence is, if you look at most artists' work, it's a very interesting model. It hadn't occurred to me. I would have expressed it differently, I would say. Most artists' work is heavily dependent on something. Let's take the dependence away from everybody and see it would be a very interesting, provocation. We just don't think about it in those terms, right? Because it's not a machine. I think we should, I'll give you an example. This is a trivial example, but it's an example nonetheless. I was talking to Alex Katz the other day, and he was saying something like, oh yeah, I had to stop using the color yellow, because that yellow, whenever I got into trouble, I could make a painting work by using yellow. So I had to spend a year without yellow. He was dependent on yellow.
Well, on that cheery note, thank you very, very much, David. So fascinating.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you, David, Sally. It's a privilege. Thank you, Rosalind. So we have now come to the time for our cultural tours. So we have 3 of them lined up for you. The first 2, there are buses waiting downstairs. Tour of Loris Cecchini's studio and the Massimo Di Carlo gallery. I think buses are leaving in about 15 minutes from downstairs. And then there's Michel Delucchi studio. It's a 20-minute walk. There's a possibility that there might be a bus for that. I'm looking at Tadeusz Ropak because he has very kindly organized a cocktail at Novecento for the wonderful Rauschenberg exhibition. While the cocktail will not happen because of the strike that is happening in the museum, I believe that we can still go and see the exhibition, which is absolute marvel. So I would encourage you to go there probably 6 o'clock, 6:15 for a tour. You will be there, Tadeusz? You will be there, great. And then at 7:15, for those that have registered for the panel of Institution of the Future and our Creativity for Social Change Award at Palazzo Reale, that is going ahead as normal, no strikes there. And then a cocktail after that at 8:30. We do have a restriction in terms of numbers, to be totally transparent, with the panel and the award. It's a small conference room of 170, 190 seats. If you're really, really keen to go and you haven't registered, let us know. We'll see what we can do. But for the cocktail after that, that starts 8:30, it's a cocktail dînatoire. You are all welcome to attend that. And then tomorrow morning, we see you back here at 10 o'clock. So thank you for staying the course, and more to come. Thank you.